Okay, so can I have your attention, please? We starting the build up. Now, why the focus is a change. Before now, for those of us who do a lot of behavioral change communication, we keep talking and talking and talking. I don't want to think cola nut. I want to think this. We do a lot of talking. And just as Mr. Ibrahim said, he said, look, we need to shift. Now, what are the key features? Why the SBC? SBC. The SBC stands for social behavioral change. Now, it is, as I've said here, it's a strategic evidence-based approach to influence people's behavior. Over time, I've taught social change in the university. And most often, if you look at the curriculum we use, we keep talking about communication for change, communication for development. For students who are mass constituency, will understand what I mean. But it's a shift. Now we're talking about how to go to evidence based. Sometimes you talk to a child, don't do this. But the child may not change, which means that it's need for you to change your approach. We're talking about norms and some of the things we do. I was talking to some colleagues in Mina some 3 weeks back, and they said there are some norms that say women who are pregnant should not take certain food, and that if they take certain food, certain things will happen to them. We have some norms. For example, the sense where I belong, they say a pregnant woman should not walk, and if she must walk during the she must carry stone, whitish stone. These are norms. And it's like it's working for them, so to speak. But I think we have moved from that attitude, that era, that way of thinking. Now we want to change people's perspective about some social norms. If we're talking about watching hands, we never took watching hands very serious with the COVID bill. But I need for us to keep from talking because sometimes we discover that even when we talk, people don't change their attitude towards something. And that's why you start to say, look, let's remove the communication components of this change the approach. So instead of having communication for social change, let's have the one we have called social change behavior. And let me build you across that. What are the key characteristics? One, it is multi-sectorial, like I think Mr. Brent said it. There should be a multi-sectoral approach to change people's attitude in terms of health, education, and what environment. Then we have mixed method of communication, rooted in how we can change our behavior. I tell my students sometimes, or my children sometimes, look, I want to do some things, but sometimes when I think about the repercussion of that thing, I refuse to do it. So we need to change our approach beyond the talking and talking and talking. Now let's see what does this social and behavioral change communication actually mean before now. Now before now, the social behavioral change activities is centered around mass media campaign, making campaign, because I feel about the communication companies. You go to radio stations to see a lot of jingles about why we should wash our hands, about why we should avoid open defecation and the rest of them. You had a lot of interpersonal communication. We do a lot of station trying to educate people on why they should change their behavior concerning substation or health habits. We've done a lot of advocacy. We've done a lot of social mobilization. I was getting somebody in Belarus said, what is this body of the government? This one. The government, this parastatal government that comes to with yes, what's my name again? National Rehabilitation Agency. I think they are not doing enough. But before that, they've done a lot. I remember the head of against discipline, a lot of mobilization. But it's like people are not changing their attitude. And so we said to say, no, we need to change. We need to change from that attitude. And if they need to change, they say there are some limitations that how we won't be used to talk about. We emphasize so much on what? Communication often means the broader social and social diversity of the behavior. I remember when we were growing up, you see, my mom will tell my elder sister, when you sit down, don't open your laps anyhow. If you open your lap, something will happen to you. So she gives her, at some point, she talked and talked and talked and said, my elder sister was not understanding. So when my elder sister opens her laps, that's the way my mom looks at my elder sister. The way she looks at her. she closes her lamps. There's another thing she does to me too. She tells me, don't go, I don't go out, it's very sunny. But I wasn't changing until she had a different approach. And that's what she said the same. We overemphasize the communication. Nobody's saying we shouldn't communicate. But it's going as over time based on research. The first complaint Mr. Brian talked about, based on research, that's communication aspect of this change model is not actually working because why we emphasize so much on communication. Now let's see why the shift. Why has UNICEF moved from communication for behavioral change? Why the shift? The first reason is that there's a broader approach now. SBC, that's the social behavioral change, includes not only communication but also social and environmental intervention, which we'll talk about as we progress. Number two, systems thinking. Okay, it recognizes that behaviors of individuals are influenced by system. As it's already called system theory, when we talk about many fields come together to influence what happens. The way you think is very important. And the third reason why we have to shift is that greater impacts based on research we have discovered that sometimes beyond just thinking, there are some other things you can do that can change people's attitude about some issues. And the last one talks about equity focus, better integration of marginalized population. There's people that we think they are not important in the society. So beyond just communicating, we can have an inward into people and see how we can change them. Now let's look at the behavioral change insights. I say this refers to understanding how people actually make decisions on their own, how they decide on what they want to do and why they want to do. How people actually make decisions and behave in real life based on evidence. Your mindset, your mindset, your mindset, beyond just talking. How do you behave? And then they help explain why people don't always act in their own way, in their own best interest, even when they have good information about the situation. Because sometimes we have made a lot of changes already, and these changes are not working. And because why is it not working? Government invests a lot of money, say this thing is not good. Let's do this. But people's attitude have not changed. Why? And this is what we need to are going to be talking about when we make our syndicate session. Now let's look at the basic principles of behavioral insights. The first one, people are not always rational. Sometimes why we should go beyond those talking, we need to look at the way people reason. Because sometimes we put emotion into what we do, habits, and the social names you're going to be talking about affect the way we behave. Close relationship is the way we make decisions. How do we conduct our decisions? So all these um, advocacy are making, all these campaigns we are making, how do people eventually change? How do they decide on what they do? I say small changes on how choices are presented can have big effects. I I was afraid at one point that since I was giving birth, I couldn't judge my best in my life. So I said at this age, I think I should know my sugar level. I don't know that phobia kept ringing in my mind. So somebody went and said, there's mindset we have that what you don't know cannot kill you. You understand? That's the mindset. That's part of the nonsense you're talking about. So I said I will not do sugar test. But I keep hearing people who have diabetes and the rest of them. At the point, I don't drink coke, I don't do anything, I don't take sugar things. I have had so much campaign, go and do sugar test. So I summoned the courage. I went to the school clinic on Monday because I was not prepared for this paper. I said, do sugar test for me. The guy said, it doesn't take time, I'll just pinch you this way and I'll do the sugar test. And he did sugar test for me. I said, okay, you know the problem. I became afraid. He said, I said, tell me the results now. He said, okay, you are within the range. You don't have excess sugar in your body. And I became very happy. But I didn't, I have had so much campaign about the need to know your sugar level. I never took it serious before now. until I made up my mind. I had to change, make a decision, deliberate decision. And that's where you and I come in. Beyond just talking, the people you are telling that thing, how do we influence them to make deliberate decision, change their mindset concerning some issues? People often tend to go with what the flow. Okay, there is the norm, say as it was, so it is. Nothing can change. We went to Suva with online prime for a UNICEF function, and somebody said something. He said they don't believe in polio, and we asked him, why don't you believe in polio? He said, before my father gave birth to me, we have always lived our lives. And so no one can change the mindset to why we should have why polio is still existing today. And we started that it doesn't work like that. Why? Because we already have a default mindset. Like part of the norms in this part of the world is that if you wake up in the morning, you meet a woman, forget it, your day is bad already. So when I'm going out in the morning, I just have this up till now. I still have that mindset that I want to meet a man first. So beyond the default mindset you have concerning social norms, you really change people's perspective. Otherwise, when you're laughing at me. Now, what's the takeaway from this short period? I say SBC laid a groundwork with strong communication strategies. We are not saying it doesn't work. The foundation has been laid. Okay? That is social behavioral change communication. Fine. It has set the foundation for us. Now we are building on that foundation. So, as a build up on that, the social behavioral change builds on this by integrating what? Communication, community, and what? Structural change. We're not saying you should not put this communication, don't communicate with people, but let's remove because based on the circuit, it's not been working. It's not been working. So let's see how we can integrate these other components of community and structural change. And lastly, the shift reflects more holistic approach, okay, a broader approach to how we can change our attitude, inclusive, sustainable approach towards behavioral change. I don't want to sound too academic anyway, but let me give you this closing thought. That the SBC is not just about what we see, how you change people's behavior, bad registration, about anything. It's about what we do. In mass communication, for example, we say if we have a small, we find W's and H. When I go beyond, I tell my students, okay, this will happen. So what? Because it is so what factor of that information that this person has been told this person not to do this. And so what? So let's go beyond that. It's about what we do, enable and support change behavior at all levels. So I'll beat on this for now. Thank you very much for your time. Please enjoy your breakfast. I'll give you another 5 minutes where I can simmer the food and build on this foundation while our facilitators can also help us. Then there's something we avoided because we started already. We did not appoint rapporteurs and we didn't do grand goals. So we are going to appoint rapporteurs. But before then, there has to be well run. Please, you know where you belong. So then my secretary will go around with the attendants. If you are for social influencers, that's where you should write your name. Like, keep record. Please don't forget. If you are for media, then if you are for civil society organization, that's where you should belong. Should you have any problem, please just consult me so that I can coach you through. Quickly, we are going to appoint rapporteurs. I think will be enough for us. As rapporteurs. So I want to pick one person from civil society organization. No mentor before, but I'm going to see Madam Comfort Ojuku. She here. A guy very particularly said he must belong to this group. So you are one of our rapporteurs. Okay? I use my veto power on him. Then I have the private sector. I would like to use, I don't know this person, but let me see. Who is Usman Mohammed? Usman Mohammed? Still here. Elachi. Okay, where's Emmanuel? Okay, Elachi. Yeah. So why two females? Okay, it's your time. So you join Madam Comfort. I'm sure Madam Chile is something about this. So you join Madam Comfort as part of our tour. And the last person will come from the media. I want Mr. Isabo to join that group. Yeah, activity. Okay. So let's go. Let me take somebody. Yes. I don't know. You enjoy the rapporteurs. So Madam Comfort, the outcome comes in mind in red. And not in February, it's already looking February. Other summer and then eventually the copper. Part one, they keep track of everything we're doing today. And then tomorrow morning, you give us a wrap of what you have done today. Okay? Our ground rule times, we don't have to whatever ourselves on that. No phone calls, no moving around. Let's apologies for joining your mail will be coming soon. Thank you very much. We can allow you 5 minutes to take your breakfast as prepare for the next session from our facilitators. Once we welcome to the next session. Dr. Zina, one of our facilitators, you're welcome. Fine, thank you. Kí ni sound ẹ̀ náà? Sound. Fún mi sound ẹ̀. Ṣé ó play? Ó ń yọ ni? Ó máa play? Hello, sir. Yes, sir. Don't like me. Who told you? You wake up in the morning. I don't want to see your man. Yoruba one. Ibrahim. He said, who? That if you meet a woman, they come to breakfast for him. Breakfast for him. Alright. So, guy, Brian, that is not really work here. I don't know. That's it not really work here. That is not really work here. You think because call they enter the court. This is what to it's arranged with my present.
Going to be looking at social norms that affect child and of course that exist in our communities. Now we have different people or different organizations in the house. We have civil society organization, we have media, we have private sectors, we have social media influencers, and of course we have our facilitators from university. So what we'll be doing now, hello, this section will be like led with our facilitators. They will be the one to be looking at or be like interfacing with each group to see how they're able to bring out the social norms that affect child and of course that exist in our community in line with the objective we presented in the morning. One, part of the objective we are trying to achieve is to see that what are the social norms. We'll come back to what we'll be looking at in terms of solution. But in this case, or on this side of the agenda, we want to see how the social norms that affect uptake of immunization and uptake of ANC services will have it discussed within the group, and it will be facilitated by our facilitators. Then, also in line with social norms that exist in terms of having nutrition services, having to have our caregivers and the community to recognize the uptake of nutrition services and how they will definitely practice in accordance with the child's right. Another thing we'll also be looking at is to also bring out the social norms that also exist in why, or let me put it, why we still have female genital mutilation practice. What are the norms that exist in the community why we're still seeing that? Part of the objective, we're also trying to see that you look at and identifying the norms is around enrollment, school enrollment. What are the norms or practices that limit school enrollment and at times retention? Then finally, I think I've mentioned FGM, mentioned pet registration also. It's important we highlight that in terms of having our kids registered, because if they're not registered, it's like they're not Nigerians. So what are those factors that we need to look at? So bringing out all these factors is what we want to look at today. Group by group, we want the CSOs to look at it. That will be led by one of our facilitators. Then look at we'll do the group. Okay. We'll look at CSOs, private sector, media, social media influencers. Okay. How many groups?
1, 2, 3, 4.
So we have 4 groups. So I will hand over to Prof to.
Thank you very much for that, sir. I think we are about to start. You don't know we are going to. For those of you who are maybe that to what we're doing, okay, then as it is 5 major areas we're going to be talking about. But let's also talk about the norms. I was thinking about why an average Yoruba man believes it looks of the world the first person in age.
Wait. We have one group to factor that into.
There's somebody asking this question. They are not happy. They are not happy with that. And they like it. Like the point, there are many laws. That's where to go. They believe if you are going out and you hit the left or the right leg, it is the left leg for better aid. Right one, maybe you go to ask money. Sometimes you say you say wake up in the morning and wear your clothes inside out. Something could happen. That's part of the norms you're talking about. So what we are going to do is that we have identified 5 priority areas. 1, nutrition, sanitation, immunization, birth registration, and school enrollment. 5 areas.
FGM, female genital
And
mutilation.
female genital mutilation, that has to do with nutrition.
Child protection.
Sorry,
Child protection.
child protection.
And
So how we take these thematic areas. So when you go to your books, I will mention your names again. What we just do is that to mention some of these norms that affect these areas. That's what we do for now. So, for example, if you are a media influencer, we discuss these 5 thematic areas. What are the norms that affect in terms of nutrition? What are the norms about nutrition? What are the norms? People say you don't eat this in the night, you don't do this. Many types of norms here and there. So that's what each group will look at. I will put them on the slide for you to see. So when you go back to your groups, you bring out these norms, you discuss them, itemize them, help with it. I'm sure you understand what we're doing. Now we have facilitators that they are tagged to each of these groups, and I will mention their names now. For civil society organization, for
okay.
for civil society organization, the person going to take care of us is Dr. Monday Nakari. Civil society organizations can I see on your hand up put your name for those in that profile. Uh, so Evelyn, Madam, uh, I have Hosea, I have Mendos, okay, just step out. I have oh, I don't know how to pronounce this name. You know, okay. And finally, I have Linda. So what's Linda? Okay, this is Linda. So you belong to civil society organization and Funakari Business Channel. That's the very guide you along this thematic areas. I'll get them very soon. So if I mentioned your name very soon, put ourselves in different clusters. Now for private sector, I have in no particular order, but with due respect, HPE, we have Dr. Lifu and School Process School University, Professor. That's in you. Professor is in that group. I have Asuma Yusuf, another Yusuf. I have Elechi, yeah. I have Usman Mohammed. I have, I don't know how to pronounce it, February. Thank you. And that's the best number. You don't set out. Okay, so you belong to that group and your classification for that group is Dr. Zina. Dr. Zina, can you please stand up for Zina? Please put yourself for Zina. Thank you, all. So members of that group, that's your guide. Then for the bigger in my own area, you have many. I have the first of the list, Mr. Isabon. Yes, that's Mr. Isabon. I have Mr. John Femi. I called him yesterday, but I'm sure he's going to join us. John Femi. I have Ibrahima, the man from Radio Chowena. Ibrahim, that's Ibrahima there. I have Aisha, good. I have Emma, thank you. Moses, so Idris, Balarabe. Sorry, I called him yesterday. I have Big Daddy on radio, Adam Sama. I have Daniel, that's sick. And finally, in that group, I have so Pastor. So all belong to that group, and your answer is some Hillary. Personally, can stand up, please? So, for those in the media, this is your Hillary as your anchor. Then we move to the last group, which is social media influencers. So much in love with this call. Yes, yeah. Abubakar. Is he here? Yakubu, we spoke yesterday. Sorry. Is he here? Thank you, but we spoke yesterday. Thank you, sir. I have Hassan. Our, let's see you. Mohammed Sani Kepel. Thank you. Zainab and Hart. Thank you very much. Uh, Zakia spoke yesterday too. Yes. I also have on that list song here. The name, Mentos, give me one name to replace Isaac. What is it? Okay, that's the person. Okay. What's the name, please? So you need me for registration. Please. I also have Mubarak. He spoke yesterday. Mubarak is in that group. Mohammed Sani Kepes. Okay, I duplicated the name, sorry. Then I have Yakubu Umulu. Okay, thank you. Esther Garba. Um, Binta Liu. Binta Liu. So, Prof. Binta. You call her today. Yes, sir. I have Emmanuel John. Okay. Finally, I have Salamat Yahaya. Salamat Yahaya. So you belong to the social media influencer group. and it be guided by so the only female doctor in Philadelphia. So, uh, talking about election, okay? I have another person that nothing to guide the social media influencers. I have Dr. Clement one. Yes, sir, you go to the assistant Dr. Zainab. Dr. Zainab, the one from the Zainab facilitation. So I think we are good to go. You can quickly form your process so that immediately you're done the group for lunch. You will go to leave this place at what time? Yes, you have 40 minutes to identify these social norms. I'll protect them here for you.
Thank you very much. Secretaries from UNICEF, please join the groups. Just join. Mercy, you can join the group for um, what's it called? CSO group. Other groups you can join mid private sector group. Masur, join the You Reporters group of social media influencers. Which the media, Malan Khalifa, you join media group. Thank you.
Your daughter and Garvis ready? The secretary will take you, bring it to you and ask for. And please, the attendance, you look for your own group and sign against you. Okay, the attendance will be drawn and you say you bring it to your group and it to sign for today. It's not for today. May,
So we can start.
May she belongs to another group. Your own group is a different group.
Yusuf, Yusuf, you need to call him as well. From Ministry of Health.
Okay, it's a this speaker will give you a copy. So May, please join the media group.
Then,
Mr. Moses,
uh,
you join because of your work of experience, my fellow learner brother. You join civil society organization. Thank you, sir. And I have, I think, the youngest elder in our midst. Where is it? Yeah. So when he comes back, elder 20 will join private sector. Please tell him I tell the cops. So you can quickly form your clusters. Because Isaac, your own is another group entirely. Isaac, I will bring you to private sector. Thank you very much. So let's form our clusters quickly. If I don't mention the name, let's see. It's just coming down there.
thank you, Prof. Colleagues, this exercise that we're going to be doing now will form the basis because it's bringing out the issues one by one, each sector, and it will form the basis for the solutions that we're going to be looking at tomorrow. So, as much as we're able to exhaust the issues around social norms in terms of putting it on paper, and later today we want to see each group to present it. So it will give us idea on what we'll be looking at in terms of how we profile solution tomorrow. And again, to still be the same approach, to still be collective angle of putting down the solution to each issues identified. Thank you.
So you can form your groups. You maybe you can just see how you can form your groups. So can I give you locations? Let's start with civil society organization. Civil society can come here. Civil society can come here. Private sector, opposite to where we have Adam Sama up of the new IC. Private sector here. Uh, media, media you can come this way. Media this way, and financial media places this way. So the first one here by my right, by the window here, we have civil society organization. Opposite the private sector where that's directly opposite me here. Civil society this way by my left. Private sector over there, where we have those friends. media this way here. Media is here, and then social media influencers this one quickly. Our UNICEF facilitators and the market facilitators more friendly. Don't forget just to submit social norms that affect nutrition as far as that group is concerned. Okay?
Thank you very much. Yes.
Sanitation,
I think
immunization,
Oh,
bank registration, and
it's still there, but
training, gender motivation, as well as school enrollment.
I don't even know him.
Just join your group.
I don't know him.
Yes, the white
This
t-shirt.
one.
I'm even meeting you for the first time.
Okay,
Section that stand out that is also embedded in the network of embedded in SBC Nigeria that look at accountability for affected population, not a day two kind of workshop. It takes like 2-3 days to really understand. What it means is that you want to know what is happening in the community. What are the messages that are needed that will make, or what are the channels that will make you know? Some of the findings that happen in the community. Those established channels that will reflect back from the community, and you're able to use this feedback as evidence, as data. You also you are able to use those evidences to provide solution or to give feedback. So create feedback and accountability mechanism is very important as far as partnering with SPC is concerned. Support community participation in local governance. We need the chairman, we need the council, political leaders to also really enable certain things to happen at the lower level. Strengthen sectorial system. We have WASH, we have nutrition, we have education, we have child protection. Strengthening the sectorial system give a bigger mileage in the course of achieving results for children. Create impactful communication, social marketing, and edutainment campaigns. Partnering with SBC enable better creation of impactful communication, better creation of social marketing, and better creation of edutainment campaigns. Edutainment campaigns is of different types, and I think again we'll be expecting in the course of the 2-day workshop. I'm sure we'll come up with some of these highlights. Next. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's put here together once more. I think we are long overdue for breakfast. The people in charge of this across to take care of them. And before then, there's institution and the book in line with what is happening.
Marathon.
Just for
Oh my.
to understand the framework. Anything
You know you are
now,
living now. Choice for the
social
different
media
achieve now.
because been a lot of talk. That is not easy.
And
So as we prepare to take breakfast, let me try do a build up of this so that so just be minutes, I'll do a build up on this so that we are coming for. But before then, the provost says something and I think it's very important. It's what we do. It's easier to build a strong child than to build a repair an old man, and that's what we are going to do. So you see why. So let me do a build up on what this as take your order for breakfast. Just take the breakfast and you continue to save time.
oh, thank you.
wanting you to come out or kind of tell us so that so they will be quiet now. They are giving you the heads up on how you are going to come out with it. So now each group just identify one person to kind of come and talk to us on what you are able to gather in terms of the social norms. We really want you to reflect along the line of the thematic areas that we identify, ranging from immunization, ANC, ranging to, of course, FGM. We also have school enrollment. We have a lot of issues around people not going to school. We have a lot of issues around sanitation. I think in some areas we even see people take water from gutter. And they'll tell you that it's a magic kind of thing. So we want to really see you come out. Tell us what are your perspectives as far as CSO is concerned, media is concerned, private sector is concerned, of course, which group is it? Media influencers. So which group is starting? All right. Who is let's clap for the group that is, it's not easy to start. It's not easy to start. And you see the last group that they're going to present now. So I think the kind of group timing would be like, if you start first, you have enough time. Thank you. You said?
Well, good afternoon, all.
Good afternoon, ma.
Well done for taking your time. Now it's
I
time
can
for
far.
from the CSO framework to mention our social norms according to the sections that are given to all the thematic areas. Well, we sat as CSO group, and first of all, we were able to come out with this from the area of nutrition. We said the first social norm we have is cultural preference. And in that area of cultural preference, we were able to look at the fact that there are in some cultures, there are some things that are not really accepted or acceptable. Okay. All right. So we said there are some particular foods that children or people are not allowed to take in the society. And we gave a very good example. When we used to grow up, some children were not allowed to eat egg because it is believed that when a child eats egg, the tendency is that as that child is growing, he will steal. There will be somebody that will be picking things and then eventually be stealing. And then we also have another example. We said when a woman gives birth, in most cases, when women give birth, it is expected, in fact, from the hospital, they will tell you that the first food you're supposed to give that child is the milk, the first milk that comes out from a mother's breast. But you see, some people, they look at that when that child is to be fed, instead of giving him that particular milk, they say that milk is poisonous. That is one. And they tell you that the nipple of the mother is dirty. So they go to the extent of washing the nipple before giving the child that milk, not knowing that the first milk or the nutrients that are contained in what the mother has washed or what the mother has taken away is what is supposed to be given to that child. So we looked at that in the area of nutrition. In the area of sanitation, we talked about open defecation, which is the social norm. And then in the area of immunization, we looked at misconception because some people look at it that when immunization is given to their children, in fact, they say it controls their birth. they will not be able to give birth in some instances. And then sometimes the fathers don't allow these women to avail their children for immunization. So that is a social norm we looked at. Then for birth registration slash female, we looked at the area of facial marks, which we termed it as cultural norm. You see, some people still have their marks up till now. If you go back to history, during the 1967 to 1970, that's the Biafran War, you tend to see that some people have marks just as an identity during the mark, or to tell you that they are with you or they are not with you. That's a different one. But coming to look at it, it is a social norm because some people, when you see them with marks, you see is a kind of self-identity or identification. So we looked at that as a social norm. Then looking at the last one, which is school enrollment, we said the social norm there is that some people look at going to school or enrolling a child in school, enrolling the girl child in school as something that shouldn't be done, but rather the school belongs to the boy child. So that's the social norm we looked at. So they tend to see that sometimes when girls are enrolled in school, they tend to do well and then they become leaders. And probably it is prohibited for a woman or a girl child in the community to become a leader. So they see the prospects of that girl to end up just in the kitchen, you know. And when the girl child becomes a leader, it tends to corrupt her, her uh, um, uh, cultural discipline, so to say. So they wouldn't want to enroll a girl child in school. I think from what we sat and then we're able to come out with, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CS. You can get your questions down so that at the end of the day, questions that cut across each group, you just have it at once. I will respond also.
Oh,
Which group is ready?
thank you.
Share influencers, right?
I don't. Microphone.
Okay, I'll come. Okay. Good day, everyone. Representing the social media influencers group. So, from group discussion, this is what we under the thematic areas we have nutrition. One social norm we have identified being social media influencers and then engaging with the community. A pregnant mother should extract colostrum because to them they see it as a taboo. Whereas colostrum is the first vaccination for every child. And then one aspect of that nutrition too is when a mother is a lactating mother, there are some specific food she should not eat. So that example is okra. They believe when she takes okra, it causes coryza for the child. That is where maybe the child's breathing will start like murmuring. That is to them. And then when she is pregnant too, because in this we combine both mother and the child for our own thematic, for our own group. And then one other aspect is there are some certain food that are not supposed to be taken by that pregnant mother. Example is meat or gizzard. It is for the husband to take and not the wife. Why? Because she is pregnant. And then just like group, the first group presentation was for egg. That egg and meat are not for a child that is growing up. It is for adults that are already matured already. Because when they give it to that child, he starts to become stealing, and he always wants to pick things that are not given to him. So in the second aspect, which is sanitation, we also highlighted some social norms in that aspect, where a woman, or rather a person, is not supposed to sweep at night. That there are evil spirits that will tend to haunt you later. And then also, while you are sweeping, you should not touch the other person, or else that lady will not get married. And then the next aspect is immunization. Under immunization, one vital issue, which is a social norm we normally encounter with communities, is it was invented by the American white men because they should reduce the population of Nigerians. So their children should not be given immunization. And then the other aspect is when children are given immunization, they tend to become infertile very fast. That is one other aspect. And then in the aspect of men, they believe that when those children are given immunized, it will make them become people. Why? Because there are other advanced effects following the immunization. Maybe after the injection, you'll observe that maybe the child's leg is swollen. So some men feel like that's pain. This is heartlessness. So immunization is no more for their children. That is for the aspect of immunization. And also, in the next aspect is birth registration slash female genital mutilation, which is one core issue we are still facing because one social norm the communities, or rather members of the society, hold is it is a tradition that has been passed down from generation to generation. So why are we stopping it from them? So to them, they believe even them undergone female genital mutilation for them to become promiscuous. It safeguard them from promiscuity. So why are you stopping their children from it? And then one other aspect is only strong women give birth at home. So when a woman is rushed to their facility, oh, she's weak, she's not a strong woman. So they also had that belief in it. And then the other aspect is for under the birth registration is uh, for the birth registration is family planning causes infertility. They don't believe that it's just only for birth spacing. Because in our own book, we broadened it. We didn't only limit it to maybe them coming for antenatal care. So in that aspect of family planning, they believe it's not for them because they tend to become infertile. And then to some side effect, they feel like it is the danger. Maybe it is God punishing them. Why did they go for uh, family planning? And then in the aspect, one issue I also forgot under sanitation is sanitation is only for women because home responsibility is the job of a woman. The man is supposed to go out and work in order to provide food for the family. So he's not even to sweep the house. One annoying fact is a man will go to the toilet and he'll still call his wife, come and finish. So that is one core social norms. They feel like they have the strength, the power. So sanitation is only for women, it's not for men. And then the other aspect is for school enrollment, which is one social norms we are still facing. Though now we have women that are influential within our society. We have women that are making greater impacts within our societies. That when a girl child is sent to school, education, it makes her become very powerful, but she's no more submissive tends to make her feel like marriage is normal for her. That culture and tradition for her to see elders and with them, she tends to feel like yes, she has the power and autonomy. So respect is normal for her. So that is one core aspect, the social norms we are facing. And then in another aspect, they felt like when a girl child is sent to school, then the possibility of her getting married is slim because everybody will feel like she's too exposed, she knows life, nobody can tell her what to do and what not to do. So that is one aspect we are facing in the aspect of school enrollment. And with this, we say thank you. Sorry.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Next, okay, promise.
Papa.
You can just put it on. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. So, from our group, I don't know if I'm to mention the name, private sector. The first areas we're looking at nutrition, and firstly, we talked about food taboo. Sorry, food taboo, where children are not supposed to be given meat because it's just like the whole groups have been saying. It's food for adults to make them steal and on and on. And then, secondly, we spoke about a tradition from the southern part of Nigeria, Edo State, where children are thrown into the river for the first 7 days because they believe that the water goddess is a god for fertility. So it deprives the child of the nutrients the child is supposed to have, you know, preventing them from not having the first milk that's supposed to come out from their mother. That's secondly. Thirdly, we spoke about some cultures that delay children certain meals because they believe those kind of food is for adults. They are not supposed to be given such food. Fourthly, we spoke about a particular culture from Bauchi State that don't give children yam. I think Niger State, that don't give children yam, that because they believe the child will not be able to walk very fast. Like the child will not walk fast. So don't give a child yam. Then number 5, we spoke about a culture from Benue State in those days, where if a child loses the mother from when the child is a baby, they kill a rat, soak it in the water, and give the child the water to take so that the child will not die. It's a belief so that they will not lose the child. That's nutrition. Sanitation, we spoke about how that women are, their job is to clean the house. That's their work. You're not supposed to do any other thing than to clean your house. Secondly, we spoke about another culture again from Benue State, where they believe that in the evening, you don't sweep anyhow. The elders that are dead come back home to visit, whether you are seeing them or not. You don't sweep anyhow. Then we spoke about another culture again from Bauchi State, where the in-laws are not permitted to use the same toilet with their in-laws. So it encourages open defecation. Yeah, so when you visit your in-law, you have to go out to go and poo because you're not supposed to use the same toilet with your in-laws. And then we spoke about so immunization, herbal mixtures, where we spoke about some northerners believe that the modern medicine shortens the lifespan of man. So they prefer to give the child the herbs, the seeds, the leaves, instead of the immunization. That's one. Two, we spoke about another culture again from the West, where the women are not permitted to come out in some particular days. I think is it or something like that. One particular oral day is something. A woman is not supposed to come out that festival day. So it prevents. Now there are some immunization, there are some vaccinators that are women. You cannot come out. And if you have a child as a woman, you still cannot come out. And that's preventing the children from getting the immunization. We also spoke about permission from traditional rulers. So traditional rulers will say, if so people come into the village, do not take anything that is supposed to be given to you. And all of that, because they believe that the gods have not given them the permission to take that medicine. So therefore, please don't take it. That's another thing. And then there's another, I don't know if it's a culture also that I experienced in Gidawaya here in Kaduna, where the women don't go to the hospital to take the medicine that is supposed to be given to their children because they believe that their children will die. So it's until they are scared that, oh, I'm really going to die before they go to the hospital. And then another thing again, birth, gender mutilation. Other group have been saying it. They believe, mostly northerners, as we have seen it happen, they believe that if you mutilate your baby girl, it prevents her from just sleeping around, jumping from one bed to another, and all of that. Then finally, school enrollment. Some people believe that if your child go to school early, it makes them active, it makes them better. Other people believe it's a waste of money. I've heard it countless times. I've even heard it even this year that your child is supposed to be like 3 or 4 years before you take your child to the school because your teachers are eating your money. That's what they basically do, that your children just go there to sleep, you know. So your child has to be grown and talk because they believe that your child cannot talk. If they abuse your child cannot tell you that I am abused. So they don't take their child to school. They wait until the child can talk before they take. And honestly, I would say, oh, I want to understand with them because the abuse now it's skyrocketing. So thank you. This is all we've gathered. Thank you very much.
Oh, she's coming.
Thank you very much for that. You did well.
Let us.
We are calling on the media.
Yes.
Thank you. We are working with time.
Sorry. Microphone.
I just discovered
Hello.
only presenters. I got 21 group.
But I can still use this, right?
All the presenters, but one group. I don't know which group is missing. I will comment on this after I take a group.
Everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Please, can I have your attention? Thank you. Good afternoon. I've been speaking on the thematic areas of social behavioral change under the media. First, we have nutrition. For my group, we spoke about the aspect of breastfeeding. There is a local government in Niger State that a woman does not give her child her breast milk for the first 3 days. They have this wanzami or so who goes to the woman who just gave birth and sucks the breast out for certain beliefs. Yes, for certain beliefs. So that alone has an effect on the newly born child. Okay, and then this is done by a man, not even a woman or the female gender. Also, we spoke about aspect of giving a child meat, especially at night. There are people that believe that when you give a child meat at night, you're introducing him to witchcraft. Some people still hold on to that belief till today. They believe that when you give a child meat at night, there's a certain witch or wizard that comes around and introduce your child to a certain secret society. Also, we spoke about the aspect of giving a child egg. There are some people that believe that you do not give a child half of an egg. It has to be full. If you give that child half of an egg, it has certain negative implication on that child. On the aspect of sanitation, we spoke about the under gender role, we spoke about the girl child being the only person who is supposed to take care of house chores. Whether we like it or not, even though it's changing, it's still happening in some of our homes. Where you say the girl child is only supposed to wash plates, sweep the house, remove cobwebs, and all of that. While the male child or the boy child has certain roles he's supposed to play. He's not supposed to sweep the house, he's not supposed to wash plates, or do certain house chores that it's believed that it's only the girl child that is supposed to. Meanwhile, this training goes for the children in general. There shouldn't be segregation in this aspect of sanitization. Also, we spoke about the aspect of rebuking children spills water on the floor, which is an example we spoke about. A child will spill water on the floor, and then you have this way of rebuking the child in a very harsh manner. Compared to when an adult does that, you're a little bit lenient with that adult, and then you just show the difference in rebuking that child from keeping the house clean. Meanwhile, you can also be nice in correcting that child when the child litters the room or litters the house in general. And then we spoke about also the aspect of sweeping, the aspect of washing plates, the aspect of cooking under sanitation. There are some culture that believe that if a child cleans the house at night,
you're attracting certain belief of a witchcraft coming to kill the child or something negative happening to the child if the child is taking care of cleaning an environment at night or a certain hour in the day. Then we spoke under immunization, um, the role the media play under immunization. Sorry, I'll take that again. Under immunization, there was a time the media was escalating the negative aspects of immunization. We all know that there was a period, or some of us know that there was a period immunization was said to have a negative effect on children, which is honestly 1 out of 100. But people believe, and then for some people on the media, they carry the whole information that immunization generally have negative effects on children. So people tend to carry that information that if you give your child immunization, he or she will have 1 or 2 negative effects on the body. So people tend to carry that information, believe in that information, and not give their children out for immunization. Also, there is this general belief that giving a child immunization reduces the population of a country or community. There was a time I came across something on social media that Nigeria is overpopulated. And especially the northern part of Nigeria, people believe that there is overpopulation, and then people the government rather coming up with immunization to reduce the population of children, starting from children, which is easier done through immunization. All these things are misinformation that are being carried out by individuals to discourage immunization in children. The aspect of birth registration and female genital mutilation. For birth registration, um, I want to take us back to this to social behavioral change in general. There are some aspects of social behavioral change, the factors rather, the factors affecting social behavioral change. One of it is individual decision. If you as an individual don't make certain positive decision towards behavioral change, it can never be impacted. You will not get results. There are women that generally on their own, they believe that they shouldn't go to the hospital for registration. It's an individual belief. Whether you sit them down and tell them the negative aspect or the positive aspect of birth registration, they have made up their mind not to go to the hospital. Also, we spoke about women who give birth to hospitals as weaker women, the women that still hold on to that belief till today. If they go to the hospital to give birth, they are referred to as weaker women. And these are the things that prevents information like birth control and other things that women need to know. They have zeroed their mind generally to go to the hospital, getting to know what it takes to carry a child for 9 months, the process, what to do, what not to do, and all of that, which affects birth registration. Also, we spoke about for the female genital mutilation. I did a little research on this, and I found out that a lot of families, which I have seen also on social media, have this belief that when there's female genital mutilation, it prevents their female child from being sexually active at the wrong time or at the time you're not supposed to, or when you're supposed to wait until they're married rather, they go into sexual activities. So they tend not to buy that aspect of um the female genital mutilation aspect is being done so that they can prevent their children from being promiscuous in general. And then for the female genital mutilation rather, we also spoke about the aspect of misinformation also from social media. Some people get misinformed about the female genital mutilation. And then an example is for the prostitute. So people ask questions about the female genital mutilation. So some of these prostitutes, they do not get this female genital mutilation, but still they are behaving otherwise. The lastly we spoke about school enrollment. School enrollment. Okay, we have schools that generally they don't believe in enrolling the male child. They admit just the female child. We still have boarding houses, for example, till today, that they are not mixed schools. They will give you reasons why they do not admit both male and female in certain schools. For example, we have the act of lesbianism in schools. We have the act of the women being treated leniently in school because they do not have what it takes to persevere. And then for some, they will also tell you that women are not supposed to go to school because they are supposed to be homekeepers. The men are supposed to be the one to financially, physically take care of home activities. So they should be the ones to be sponsored to school so that they can take care of women at home. After all, women are being given out for marriages. They are weaker in the aspect of handling hardship. So the men should be the ones to go out, friend, get educated, then come back home and take care of the women, which at the end of the day, women are supposed to be the ones staying at home, cooking, taking care of women, taking care of children. And then I want to round this up by pointing out some aspects of how the media is how the media sorry how I want to round this up generally by telling us how the media is being related to all these thematic areas. Okay, number one, I want to talk about orientation. That orientation aspect begins with you and I. Should I go ahead? Okay, I'll leave it for tomorrow, but it was just to generally give us an insight of the media to all of this that we spoke about. So see you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let me take a drop out to what you said. Talking about numbers.
Okay.
He said if you give meat to some people at night, they are likely to behave like bitches. To a child at night, they are likely to be rich. And that's something we believe in this law. The law, they should to buy it. For those of us who understand Hausa, they ask you this question. Am I in about Hausa? You understand what they mean? Am I in about Hausa? You want to be rich because you need to you. And part of the Hausa, they have some has faith, just like okay. Why you remember if you go to tell you feed my people. So if I relate that to what the media practitioners have said, it is everybody from the West. We are rich and winners. Because, am I right? Because he said, if you give us meat, we are likely to what? You should give meat. You should give meat. So the latter note, between all of us, we answer like that. And anything we this this and the rest of it. So thank you very much, media. To just the past, okay? We have all gone very well. Now you see where we are going to. When we started to talk about social behavioral change, how do we change our attitude towards something instead of the normal topic? And that's what we said UNICEF has called for that communication social behavioral change. We are proud and wanting to share behavioral change and the communication is out. And that's what we are emphasizing since we started. So we don't say anything, but it's time for prayer. Prayer now launching. So the way I was trying to convene with my colleague there, so we should do together. So I think we should, I would rather suggest to go for prayer. Then when we come back, take lunch together. It's one, then we'll wrap up for today. Is that okay? Uh, we have 1 hour. If you go back, if you go to the program, lunch is supposed to be between 12:30 and 1. And it's after 1 already. So we are already eating so still sharing. So I'll keep on 30 minutes. Is it okay for prayer? Good Lord and everything. But I want to solve the Lord together. But not this together. So let's go for prayer, and then lunch will be served. What time is it now? 1:17. So let's meet here 1:30 for lunch. Is that okay with us? 1:30 for 1:30, please. 1:30 for 1:30 for lunch. Thank you very much for your time.
Ah, it's not good. Yes, okay, continuation.
Why? I don't want to put up.
Thank you very much for this. Like Prof said, I'm sure everybody enjoyed it. So the next item on our agenda is still sharing on successful interventions. If you look at what we discussed before the lunch time, we're looking at bringing out social norms that affect uh, children and community well-being. Now we want to go into section that will reflect when we see the social norms affecting children and community. Do we have any experience around when it happens? There were mitigation measures or something happened again that allow you to stop just having that kind of experience. Let me give you an example. I was in one community in Niger State. I will not use Kaduna, but I want us to really, really contextualize our experience to Kaduna. I will use two scenarios so that we can understand what we really want to see here. SBC interventions, SBC strategies, SBC approaches, SBC tactics that we really use in overcoming some of these social norms that happen in our community or that affect our children. For instance, I was in one community, Lokuma, in Niger State, very rural community. I think from the city center, it's like, if I'm not mistaken, it's around 3 hours. And it's more in is a nomadic community, so to speak. When we get there, the primary healthcare center that is in that community is not really functional. The person that is manning the primary healthcare is actually a volunteer. So what it does is to go to the Apex facility that is again far from the community to pick up whatever supplies that you need, ranging from immunization supplies to ANC supplies, the rest like that. And he comes back, provide the services, then you return. Because of course there are no freezing materials and freezing equipment and the rest in the facility. In fact, absolutely nothing. But again, I think what we look at and we're able to see there, went around the community, and there was something that stood out very clear. We saw a man, he had the understanding of the importance and benefits of exclusive breastfeeding, using nutrition to bring out the story now. Of course, this section is all about storytelling, and I will probably start by highlighting before I go into detail what I want to say. Looking at that angle, we usually see that when you want to tell story and you want to see how the story ends, you probably look at the background, the context, or the issue that story has in terms of probably the challenge itself, the issue that informed you to telling the story. Of course, most times is always negative. Then what are the consequences? What are the things that really happen after the issue comes up? Then again, you think of what did you do as individual to bring down or to reduce or to probably reduce the impact of the issue. For instance, now people not taking exclusive breastfeeding or mothers not practicing exclusive breastfeeding is an issue. Then what does it lead to? You see that kids become malnourished. So you tell the number of people in the community or the number of kids that come down to have severe acute malnutrition, or how many number of children are severely acute in terms of malnutrition. So you can see now we're trying to tell a story around nutrition. The issue is that of not caregivers not exclusively breastfeeding. Now, the challenge that comes out there is that we have severe acute malnutrition cases, because of course, it's also one line of it. Three, what did you do? Now, were you able to mobilize mothers? Were you able to give them a very good understanding and the benefit of the breastfeeding? They breastfeed their kids, what comes out of it, and you're able to really push that very well. And at the end of the day, they change. And that's the shift we're trying to start looking at, the shift from the perspective of if I give. Okay, let me just bring out the concept so that everybody will be able to now tell a story. Then you now look at it from the angle of, okay, this is what I'm able to do 1, 2, 3, and the caregiver's thinking change, the behavior change, or start changing, or you see the shift from what they were doing wrongly to the right thing. And as a result, the severe acute malnutrition status or cases reduced, say, from 100% to 0, or probably in number now, we have 100 cases of malnutrition, severe acute malnutrition in a community because of the failure of exclusive breastfeeding when you look at or when you measure. Then after all these actions that you have put in place, be it behavioral change intervention, and at the end of the day, it reduced from 100 cases to, because why they are still having that cases and they now understand the impact, they started going to health facility to seek for service. Somebody that did that community linkage work, connecting the community people to the health center where they will get care, becomes the link of change or the champion of change. So that angle is we're looking at it as an intervention that has resulted to achievement. Now, 100 or 50 cases become, over time, it becomes 20, it becomes 10, it becomes 5. So these are result lines that we're looking at in terms of stories. So now let me link it up with the community that I saw this happened. We're in that community. We call out the entire community to have interaction with them and to give them health talk. So at the end of the day, a man came out. We didn't even know, but he came out and now gave us story. He gave us story that in his house, all his children, they pass through exclusive breastfeeding, including the cholesterol that people are avoiding. He made sure that the wife put up that practice. And all his children in the community, they grow up very well. And even if they fall sick, they get back to their heels very fast. So, and he hardly even go to the hospital. So at the same time, he was the same person going more or less house to house to tell, without people coming to tell him yet, without us intervening yet for him to do what he was doing. He was going house to house telling people what he has seen, because he had it over time. So he was telling people what he has gained in getting the wife to practice exclusive breastfeeding, and that's really, really. So we now come to that. We were happy with that perspective of the story. We now ask, how about your children? Where are they? The firstborn, which school? So unfortunately, most of them were not in school. So that is another dimension to it. The kids are well nourished, they are okay. So now we discuss further with him that you are our champion as this community, as far as this community is concerned. How can you further make it a zero? We have a zero, how will I say, zero case of somebody not practicing the exclusive breastfeeding. He says it's done. When else we come back, we should check any household, and truly, truly, at the end of the day, we try to also follow up with him to see that yes, so we sample household and engage further with caregivers, and truly speaking, in fact, they are practicing, and they have come to understand why they should go for exclusive breastfeeding, starting from the delivery. So you can see in the area of when we were discussing in the morning, we talked about shifting from just telling people, giving people information without necessarily putting the social and behavior change perspective into it very well. Now, there's a strategy that it's been implemented now, which is part of the SBC strategy known as positive deviant. Again, it's a deviant because if you look at the entire community of 100, one person is singled out doing the right thing, and 99 people are doing what is not right. So what exactly informed him? This just one individual doing the right thing. The moment we are able to deepen into that, understand why, and is truly, truly understanding the benefit, it becomes very easy for us. You will just see, by the time you engage him to be the champion, he becomes a champion without you necessarily going to that community. He speaks on our behalf to get things done. So at the end of the day, we have the entire community keying into understanding the benefit of what's it called, exclusive breastfeeding. Now, this is just on nutrition. So we want to start having this section on experience sharing. So the intervention we have here is that of having one individual engaged and tailored through the design, tailored through the thinking and strategy to go house to house. And at the end of the day, we are able to see everybody practice the right thing in line with what's excluded. So I will give the floor, with your permission, Provost and Prof. The floor is open for skill sharing. I think there's one workshop that I attended, and they were telling us that the best ecosystem of volunteerism is in Nigeria. People volunteer to do a lot of things free of charge. Imagine mother at the age of 65, 50, moving house to house in the sun from around 8 a.m. to like 2. You can't pay her. What is common peanut that is being given. But that is the level of the commitment in terms of trying to shift or change the narrative. So we want to hear from colleagues, successful strategies or tactics. We mentioned a lot of social norms today. So what do you think, or you have done one way or the other, or you have experienced that have changed some of these social norms that we mentioned today? So, yes.
So thank you very much, and thank you very much for sharing all the experiences. I want to share a kind of experience from the last PhD development exercise or campaign this last year we had. And then we realized that more than 100,000 children were immunized this time around. So we started wondering because well, went for the exercise, we found out that parents were no longer exporting their children to come and take the vaccines. Children were coming on their own, and even when they see any child that has not taken the vaccine, they would catch that child and bring the child to the facility. So we started wondering what has changed because these are children or the parents that never allow their children to come and take this vaccine. So what has really changed? We now found out that because there are a lot of IDP camps, and in those IDP camps, a lot of parents have lost their children because they didn't take the vaccines in the past. Vaccines, immunization, they immunize their children in the past. So most of their children died. And so they realized that look, we need to be taking this step. So somehow that change happened in the IDPs, and probably people also met with them as people. And so we saw the number of children that were coming in. In fact, in some facilities, the vaccines even finished before time. We had to start running around to get more vaccines and whatever they needed. So somehow I believe that change comes sometimes with some kind of experience that you wouldn't want to happen again in your life. So I think I'm just telling you something.
Okay, thank you very much. All right. Okay. Or should I take numbers so that I follow the number? So, Prof, number one, number two, number three, number four. Okay, so we'll go.
Mine is
Number five.
So we met a man. We tried to have a focus group about polio immunization, and he told us categorically that myself and that when they were young, they never took polio. And it's what? Who are you? You are surviving. You never took polio while you were very young. Why for to take polio now? So we tried the best we can to convince him, my friend, say about Stephen. And look, the experience you had of your time is not the same experience you're having. The life expectancy in Nigeria was but that was I don't have the better state now. But I think our forefathers lived longer. We need today we feed more on all sorts of foods. Even the chicken we eat, the fish we eat are not the normal, they're all organic in nature. That's egg I saw curry that somebody said it has it's not different process, so he wants to dispose them to do them once and they all refuse to break. So that takes example of what we are eating today. So we try to convince him that yes, the type of life you lead when you can't compare that same life. So he should change his mindset. So at that point, so we said, okay, convince his wife to go and take that injection that pregnant women take during pregnancy. And I think if for anything you feel that you're able to influence that man to change his perspective on transition.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you.
My name is Pastor Manuel, and I want to speak in the area of my area, which is as a pastor. Even though I'm a media person, I work with Radio Nigeria. And I want to thank the UNICEF and the KASU for organizing this program. In fact, it is timely because it is destroying our community gradually and gradually. I was giving them a narrative in our group there. I have a school, and in that school, a parent came, registered three of his sons, and left the two male, and three of his children, which is a male, and left the two female at home. And one week, one of the boys, someone courage, and approached me and said, "Sir, my two younger sisters are at home. They're not going to school. Anytime they want to go to school, my parents will say, shut up your mouth. Still, at the end of it, you end up as a married woman. For these guys, they must be taken out of the home tomorrow. And by the grace of God, we were able to follow suit, went to the parents, asked them questions, and then we discovered that it's because of finance. Then we said, what if we come in and give this your girls free education? Say no problem. And then today, as I'm talking to you, one have written YX and one is still in SS1, and they're still schooling. As a Christian, we don't segregate. We believe in male child and female child. And as a pastor, I have seen where marriages have been scattered because there is no male child. I'm a father of 4 girls and a male child of 1. And I can tell you the truth that most often the ladies take care of their homes. Like in the Bible, we have Deborah, who went and fought battle and bring victory to the entire nation. And you've enjoyed lasting peace for 40 years. We've seen Esther in the Bible. There is a norm in that place that a woman can't go and see her husband, most especially if the husband is a king. You can't go and make it until the king invites. And the nation is about to go through some kind of big crisis. But she summoned courage and went, spoke with the king, and revival came. So what I'm trying to say is, I see what we're doing, which is good, but we must carry the churches together. We must carry the monks along in this fight of educating the people. Because all the media practitioner goes to church, they go to mosques. And I believe that there are people that talks to them. Then, so I just want us to not to leave the aspect of the religion aspect in doing this sensitization, because I believe that we speak to majority of people in all classes, and parenting is very, very important. Well, tell them, and I always give an example of a mother in the Bible. She took care of her son Samuel. Imagine she didn't think he was so Samuel or the sister of Moses. Moses in the Bible, that there was a norm in that community that it said that all male child must be what? Must be killed. But the mother took it. That's what the mother, the nation said, all male child must be killed. But she knew the importance of the male child even in the society. She didn't do that. She went and hid him somewhere. And then the sister took advantage by, going to call the mother to come and use the same child. And then the Pharaoh, sometimes all of these people who break this law, they go behind and then cut. Imagine the daughter of a king who father said that all men shall be killed. The same daughter of the king said, don't kill him, bring him, and then let me kill him, my father's house. They are the one who make the norms. Then their own children are not, this thing does not affect them. So what I'm trying to say is the religion have a vital role to play in this aspect so that we can complete this matter very well and it will sink into them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before I hand over the mic to the next person that will tell the story, I think I need to bring it out a little. Thank you very much for the great contribution. For the religious leaders, I think it's not quite long. It's a two-way event, then we'll finalize in Abuja. We're in Kano with all the chair of CANs and of course the JNI chair from each state across northern Nigeria. We took them to Kano. There's Fit for Life book, and that Fit for Life book is to look at the entire faith that is In fact, how will I put it? Let me put it this way. What are the dynamics in terms of people knowing what they need to know in as far as faith is concerned? All the clerics, the mates, for 3 good days in Kano, it's just 2 months ago or thereabouts, we're all there. So they look at the previous one. I think the last one that was we had was like 7 or 6 years ago. So they have reviewed it to the risk to the latest things that are happening and what findings are the findings are now. So again, in the southern part of Nigeria, that's what's also done. So they have finalized and they have zonal people that also sit down to harmonize the whole process. I think the launching is happening in about 2 weeks' time. This is how heavy UNICEF has also identified with the religious leaders. And again, in the program, in our program cycle, we have 4 indicators that is measuring our performance as we go. Now, I think one of them is also to look at the community engagement, which that was one thing that you have really pointed out. When you identify that they have 5 kids and one person was able to, 3 were in school, one person boldly approached you and said he has sisters at home that are not in school. How can you help? And you like approach the mother. I think definitely that is more of engagement, or the parents to engage them. When you engage them, they get to understand the benefits. So that angle of engagement, whether we call it advocacy to the parents or to the stakeholder or to the community, or the community engagement you established there, and it resulted to the 2 other sisters that were not at home because of the fact that they believed they should end up in the kitchen. At least there was a shift there. So that community engagement is is a unique intervention that you have done there. And that's the kind of stories that we really want to see, that yes, that angle that you're able to do as either a teacher, either a media colleague, or social media influencer, CSO. So if we start looking at this from all perspectives, it gives us a lot of sense that there's a reason why we're doing this skills sharing, experience sharing. By tomorrow, you will now know that, okay, we have identified issues today, right? We have identified what the social norms are today, right? So how can we start profiling solutions collectively to that? So the back to Chief, the strategy you use there gave us answer or result. I can fuse it as community engagement. I can fuse it as advocacy to the parents. And these are interventions that we're talking about. What did you do to shift from that thinking that they're having that is not right to what is right? And again, by the time we're coming back, after the launch, the paper will be back to us for every state, which I also am also part of it. We're calling all the religious faiths, both Christian and Muslim, across Kaduna, sit down and see how we use them, because the book is actually like a guide. It's not that it's exhaustive, but they have looked at it completely. And it's like a collection of ideas from across the country, from across the northern Nigeria, across it's 2. One for Muslim faiths, the other one for, I think we were 2 that attended, myself and Malan, were there in Kano. And everything went well. So it will be after lunch, I'll follow up and see that that happened here in Kaduna and all the key stakeholders in. All right, will be invited. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Ibrahim Yakubu. As you said, share our experience. I'm a journalist, which I can say most of my lifestyle is covering these kind of places. I like going from far away distance to kind of to go distance and really change life of people. So I would like to give, if you can give me just maybe 3 minutes to give you a sample of what we do as journalists for some of governmental journalism, what we do also as our own voluntarily to change the narrative. I would like to say 10 years back, because I follow it up to see latest development from other partners who came to do some intervention after our reportage. I'll give you a sample of a place called Kabobo in Gabi local government area. Because of distance, women don't go for this birth attendance, medical checkup for pregnancy. So if they see a woman going to town to go and check because of the distance, they see her as lazy. So there is a woman there who is their champion there. Everything about her, about medical checkup, she used the traditional way. Even birth attendance, she's the one. I heard about the story, so I shared the story to my colleagues there. We voluntarily went there for the first reportage. We have like 10 media who cover it. Less than 2 weeks later, an NGO called us that they want to come to this area and see some intervention. Now, what they do was we made the emir in the community to sensitize him on the importance of encouraging women. Actually, distance is a barrier. 3 years later, we see that there are some changes there, which involve some other stakeholders came to sensitize women now who really go out to give birth in the hospital, no matter this woman who is still there, but she's jealous. Yeah, the market has reduced because for her, it's the money there she's making. That is that one. There are changes in Kabobo community now to the extent that there is road now from the village down to the Rigachkum now. So they go back, they go there to give birth there. I think that's a good one. Then secondly, there is this one called Gwauro. Myself, I did that work. I mobilized 2 journalists because we had of increased maternal and infant mortality in that community because of distance. It's close to Kangimi Dam there. There is no roads there. So women, they prepare to just do everything there. When we report the issues on our way coming back from the area, I saw a small structure there that people have started because of these increased deaths. They decided to create a little 2 rooms for their as a kind of facility. Now we discover we need to change the narrative. As you say, we should narrate positive stories now. Along the way, I tell my guys, let's focus on this structure. Now, maternal and infant mortality has made these people to start constructing this facility, but they don't have money to complete it. Now we focus on that. 3 months later, an NGO saw the story on the line, and then before you know what, the circuit of that community saw a truck of trailer with loaded equipment. Everything just come to that community. Now they build the hospital for them. My job now, after building the house at the hospital, I discover they called me that they finished everything, but they could not fix some kind of water. There is no water. I pay for the borehole by myself. So now they have a hospital there. The last one was the one I did that I encouraged our own Senator Shehu Sani. It's behind this open university. There is a village there, very far away. There is a water that breaks, so there is no bridge. During rainy season, women they prepare to give back at home. So there was a day I was coming back. I saw a woman was now into a wheelbarrow. They were pushing her to take her to Rigachkum despite that night. And then I came, I saw the story. Actually, I shared to some of my friends online. Along the way, they saw the story. So they helped me to share it. My friend, Senator Shehu Sani, saw it. And before you know what, I'm telling you today, they have a hospital. So I believe my stories are very, very long because I was trained into this aspect of going to bush where there are so many inventions that I saw it has changed life. And I want to say that for the polio survivors, I always work with, because I work with a big media organization, which I disseminate information in multiple languages across Nigeria. Sometimes I make interview that I can change to share to BBC or Voice of America and other international radio stations. Now, I work with polio survivors nowadays because in this bush, I used to see some resistance by some parents who are very, very tough. Now, I video polio survivors during their campaign. I video them, how they move, how they go to the campaign. Now, I want a testimony from them. The testimony should tell me that, yes, I was a complete person. I was born, but because of rejection by my parents, I become no likes today. So their testimony has encouraged many people in the remote area that I used to go. Now that you have much people now coming to give their children for this,
polio issues there. So I want to say, actually, for me, as one that I work with collaborative journalism, my wings are always there with the polio survivors, because I always, even the last campaign they did for this polio, I always work with them, and they give me stories that I share to many. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that was a lot, and I'm sure the rapporteurs are doing justice to pinning down all the stories that we're having. We really need to have them piled up so that at the end of the day, we make good use of it. Thank you.
My name is Gabo.
What is it?
It's electoral and village head. I'm here just to not to give my experience, but to give my appreciation. Aggressive campaign certainly give results. What I'm trying to say is this is the first time I've seen an aggressive campaign by students. I was minding my business in when the district head called for that we as stakeholders, village heads, decided to have people from village heads of UNICEF have to attend a meeting with the UNICEF staff at the PS Government Health Center. There remained elected also Matawan and now well, after deliberation with the village head, then I started watching what is the result. Every area, every street I walk, I see a banner with integrated campaign for rubella, music rubella vaccine. And this is fantastic. Then I was so moved by this gesture that I said, well, why not this UNICEF, this champion of UNICEF, why don't they come to health technology, Islamic Medical Foundation Health Technology, with over 700 students? Why don't they come and spread the gospel of UNICEF? Then I started stimulating them. Thank you very much. And I've seen what enthusiasm and the education. And I'm not in doubt that definitely the result will be results. So thank you very much. Yes, the leaders thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
Okay, this is Bruce, ladies and gentlemen.
Is that
Once again, I want to extend our sincere appreciation to UNICEF on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, staff, and students of custody. Particular students, the staff and students of College of Communication, Management and Social Sciences. Thank you very much for this opportunity to have this vital topic being discussed today. Well, my experience is actually a first-hand experience, and actually it was funded by UNICEF in 2016 and 2017. I led the team to carry out baseline research funded 100% by UNICEF, actually to understudy the situation of or mindset or behavioral tendencies of parents towards immunization. It was an outreach. They call it outreach, health outreach, outreach. Like my brother said, there are actually some places that you cannot reach. But we were fortunate that time there was no issue of insecurity. That was 2016 and 2017. We actually surveyed 5 states, including Zamfara, Niger, Taraba, Sokoto, and Kebbi, or rather Jigawa. We visited places you could say hard to reach. We didn't go with our vehicles. We found places that you cannot ride a bicycle to those places. In Taraba, one team went to a certain place. It took them 2 days trekking from climbing from one rock to another before they were able to reach. In fact, before they came back, it took them 4 days because they took 2 days because they couldn't locate the place. 4 days or 2 days to the place, they interviewed, who had a focused discussion, an in-depth interview. And for one day, then it came back. It took them 1 day to come back to the city. Well, to summarize, we actually sensitize people of the danger of not receiving immunization. And also, we collected data, baseline data, to find out the state of the situation, their mindset, their behavior there. So after our report, they now administer mobile health clinics, not really, traditional or not really a formal kind of clinic. Maybe 2 people will be sent to villages for immunization. So at the end of the end-line research, they report, because we were not fortunate to conduct the end-line research, but the anchor person then, UNICEF guy, called me and appreciated me for the baseline research because we got information of this, the state of the situation before the end line research. There were a lot of improvements, departure from the baseline research to the end line research. So what am I saying? UNICEF, kudos to you, and we pray that we'll keep on funding, researches or funding programs like this. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I think I'll start pitching on Ibrahima. Thank you very much for that submission. You mentioned Kabogo. That was a lot of interest story. And just to add to what you have said, there was no roads. People were finding it difficult to connect to the health facility. I think part of the strategies we also initiated, I think, for like 2 years plus, June specifically 2023, we initiated our strategy in line with the government immunization strategy. I think it's 3 for people that are in immunization space. We have the fixed posts for people that have like 2 kilometer distance. There will be a fixed post to the every health facility, just all the catchment area within 2 kilometer radius. They can access the facility easily. Even some can even easily go trekking. But within 2 to 5, within the Nigerian immunization strategy, it is expected that the facility people also have a date schedule to get them visited based on the schedule of catchment. They are in this catchment area today. Next week, probably they are in another catchment area, just to ensure that they cover everywhere. Then beyond 5 kilometer radius. Now, Kabogo fell in beyond 5 kilometer radius to the catchment facility. So people were finding it really difficult to actually go. So the issue of distance became a very big issue. And even for mothers that are actually, or caregivers that are actually willing, they were challenged. Poverty is there and the rest like that. So part of the initiative we brought is that we saw heavy trucks in Ministry of Health like 5, and each truck is about close to ₦1 billion. During COVID, that was when they got it around 800 million naira plus each. So we approached the government and say we were going to support the logistics part of it, and we'll be moving the truck because inside the truck there's gene expert, there's X-ray machine, and a lot of things are there for people to really get services from. So we have schedule of how it works. So we're in Kabogo with the truck. And before we go, we usually advance part of the intervention we do. We advance community mobilization activity. We do community engagement. You get the gatekeepers informed because you can't just gate crash or come to community with that. So you identify with all the key stakeholders from the level of the district health to Meangwa and down to all the youth leader, the women leader, and I will get all of them involved. So the day we went there, we went with military, this first, myself and Director of Disease Control and Immunization for Primary Care. We went again to Air Force Division to get all the doctors there for us to join there because it's more or less a security mix, a security compromised environment. But again, if kids are affected there, it affects the whole community because we're only trying to have herd immunity, not just if I'm free, what concerns me. So we get the security, the medicorps from Air Force, and we went there. So there was a child that came down. We saw a child, we identified a child there. Aside the cases of malnutrition, there were so many. We saw a child have a very big complication that the child cannot be treated there. We have to move or evacuate the child out of that community to the Air Force hospital. In fact, that doctor was supposed to leave that hospital for Kanu on transfer, but he said because of this child, I'm going to carry out the operation. And the operation was successful. The child is happy today, doing very well. So you can imagine a community that is already in a very hard to reach environment. Going there by road is challenged. And of course, that is the highest the people of the community can do than to just continue to watch and watch and watch. So in line with everything you have said, I think there's a lot of perspective of that angle of journalism into it. And you investigated very well. We really appreciate it, and we'll be coming back to you. Then to Dr. Yusuf for the school. I think we are already on the path of providing answers to what we'll be looking at tomorrow. Now we're here today as multi-sector, as sectors, different sectors trying to bring different ideas. With all these stories, we're already giving some elements of face to what can give us answers to all these norms that we're seeing in the community. Again, that's another environment that we can also use to propagate giving answers to all the issues we're having. Then, Prof, for research, behavioral research, I think for UNICEF on the part of social and behavioral change, the interest is like more than 100%. In fact, next to Ethiopia in Africa was a launch in the University of Lagos on the Behavioral Insight Research Lab. And there's a network of NetBricin. I was telling Professor Ayadele that the network is out of how to use behavioral insight to provide solutions to all, in fact, bringing out evidence. And again, it serves as a base for people to really understand what is there. The baseline study that was conducted along immunization chain framework, I'm very sure they know, and even every 5 to 6, 5 years, yes, the mixed studies is always carried out to know where are we as a country, and it's a big stakeholders kind of exercise, and I think that's why you felt, and you also so it's cut across the whole continuum of service as far as healthcare is concerned. So research design is more than important for us to really look at it from that angle, especially we will not understand the behavioral insight without academia. As far as behavioral insight and research design is concerned, I was there when it was launched in Nigeria. The whole Africa, it's only Ethiopia, next is Nigeria. And even in Nigeria, the launch took place in the University of Lagos College of Medicine. We're all there, and that gives us opportunity as Nigerians to expand. So now is already an open, will I say open, if I say open door lab. So we'll be looking and praying that one day we have a corner in Kaduna State University, and we call it a bed lab, because it's a lab that brings research into focus. A behavioral research and a behavioral insight research design into focus. There's any research that has to do with behavioral change. I can go to that lab and see, study, and understand much better. So we'll be looking at how we have that corner here. We've gotten that corner in University of Lagos, and that's the first university under the Nebraska network. And it's a lot of effort across Nigeria. So almost all the professors, they are part and parcel of that launch that day. Again, I'll keep pushing Professor Ayodele to see how we have that corner here. So that's part. Malga.
Thank you very much. My name is Dr. Glenn. My experience is coming out from field. There was this, I don't know, some of you will have known this project, Millennium Villages Project. It was an African-wide project, and Nigeria had two sides where the poorest of the poor communities were the ones selected. And when we mean the poorest, they were truly the poorest. Ours was here at Ikara local government in Kaduna State. Yes, Pampaida, thank you. Then we had one at Ondo State. Now, we had quite a lot of successes, but I will share two that has to do with behavioral change. One is on family planning. And we know, of course, you know, the northern part of Kaduna State is mostly Muslim communities. And of course, we have an idea about what the people think when it comes to family planning. So it was a tough task getting the women to accept family planning. And so what we did was to mobilize all the farmers. It was actually an intersectoral program, and so it involved also agriculture. So we used the agri sector to preach family planning, not directly, but this is what we did. We got the farmers, and you go to each farm, to each farmer, and measure the farmland that that person has. Let's assume it came up to say the farmer has 5 hectares that he farms every year. And then you now ask him, how many children do you have? Let's assume the person had 10 children. Out of that 10, maybe 5, for ease of calculation, 5 were males. So of course, we know the issue of inheritance. And you will discover that those 10 hectares, how much they were bringing into the family. You calculate.
And then you now discover that when he dies, it is those 10 hectares that the 5 male children will inherit. Then we ask the children, how many children do you hope? For those of them that were not yet married, you hope to have. The person will tell you. And then you know, because if you now divide that 10 hectares for the 5 people, it means each one will have 2 hectares. Now, will 2 hectares of land be able to give you enough food for the family size that you are anticipating? You know, that way it was easy for them to understand that for them to have the same kind of life under their father, they cannot afford to have the same number of children that their father had. And for that reason, you know, it was becoming very clear to them that they needed to control their own number of children that they will have in view of the fact that what they are inheriting is just 2 hectares as against their father's 10 hectares. And I'm telling you, I don't have the figures offhand, but we have the report to show you the massive response of women of childbearing age that took family planning. That's number one. Then the number two was going to hospital to deliver was almost nil, almost nil. And the reason is that the women believed so much on the traditional birth attendants. You know, they've all been born through the traditional birth attendants and all that. So they had no reason to go and deliver in the hospital. And that one, we now had to mobilize the traditional birth attendants and mother-in-laws who had very great influence in terms of decision making as to where a woman will deliver. And following the mobilization of the traditional birth attendants, we brought out an incentive scheme for the traditional birth attendants. One, we train them into how they should know their limits when it comes to receiving birth. And then secondly, we discovered that they were the people encouraging the women to come to them. Because when a traditional birth attendant takes the birth, there is something the family gives them. So that incentive was what was making them. So if they start going to the hospital, they will lose that thing. So what we did was to also give them that incentive that, okay, encourage the women to come for ANC and then come with them during labor, let them deliver in the hospital with you in attendance. And we were recording the number of women each of them was bringing. And on each quarter, we will organize a kind of community gathering where you appreciate the efforts of all the traditional birth attendants that have been bringing pregnant women to deliver in the hospital. And I tell you, go back to that place. It was a 10-year program. It started 2005 to 2015. You know, and up till this moment, I can tell you, the women now, you know, a lot of them now go to the hospital, both for ANC and to deliver. Thank you.
I think if I say at some point, either we walk it through, Chief, what you said.
I want to add that we got a lot of support from UNICEF, particularly on nutrition. UNICEF, like somebody mentioned earlier on, the number of malnourished children was quite alarming. And UNICEF came handy, you know, in helping us with RMTs, yeah. We got a lot from UNICEF. We also got support from UNICEF on Bosch. I don't know whether Teresa is still, yeah, is still there. You know, she was very helpful in that regard. And I think no, that one was from PLFA. They gave us quite a lot of opportunities for family planning. So I think I want to use this opportunity to appreciate UNICEF for that collaboration. Thank you.
All right. Okay. I was even going to another direction. That's TBAs, traditional class attendance. If you look at what they were doing before now, if you really want to push them aside, it will cause chaos in the community. But trying to really see how you engage them. For UNICEF engaged them when outbreaks were like, Nigeria was like, I think it's Pakistan and Afghanistan that is left now globally. Nigeria was part of it. As of 2020, before white polio virus 1 was eradicated. So, if I'm not also mistaken, we have about 20,000 volunteers across Nigeria in this space of volunteerism, community engagement, community mobilization, and the rest of it. But it started from that angle of seeing people delivering at home. And when you look at the mortality rates, there's more that happen in the hospital facility that they can't handle at the community level. See women dying during delivery at home. So TBAs were identified and they were co-opted into mobilization scheme, mobilization framework, into mobilization group of people that go to mobilize. Now they go home to the same people that they know, people that know them to be TBAs. They are now enrolled. In fact, in UNICEF, we get them hijabs to wear. Blue hijab, you see, it's like they go, they inform. When we started, we just limited it to just get people informed to come to the health facility to deliver. Get people informed to go for immunization services. Get people informed to go for healthcare services. That was what they were doing basically. But later, we even have to come up with a register for each, yes, TBAs in quotes, but are now mobilizers. We now come out with register for them. And the register is into 3 phases. Phase 1, look at routine immunization completely. Another phase, first phase, look at ANC services, because that's where it starts. So that angle is for the caregivers. Another one, look at routine immunization, that's after delivery. We expect them to also have routine antigens from at different contacts. Then the last phase is also looking at the polio campaigns and non-polio campaigns in case there are interventions that are required. The people that started this, that was how we're graduating them from the practice of TBAs to institutional delivery, because you see them in the hospital facilities sitting down after they are one of the community linkage to the health facility, because the community engagement is of 2 ways. We have the community and we have the health facility. So, but who are the set of people that link people from the community to the health facility? I think these people are primarily one of them. And they get us to do that because by the time they go to the community, the same set of people that they were helping to deliver at home, the same set of people that are saying, let's go to the hospital. And we even have them. In Kaduna, we have about 2,000 plus now. They're on our payroll. Not pay as per salary, it's just stipends for them to like go around. And just to see that we're reducing the level of mortality. So, any other person? We really want to hear feedback because it will help us tomorrow. What we're discussing now will really help us to tailor ideas tomorrow into solution. Okay, let me give you another one that happened while we're in Oyo State, Ibadan, right? A mother that is so deep in the belief of female genital mutilation. That's around the child. And that's the protection we're also seeing that we should have for our children. And the child protection section in UNICEF, they are very firm with that. The caregiver, as per the belief, as per the social norms, she took a child for a court and they get the court done. Traditionally, the way they always do it. And I think that angle of FGM is even not only at home now. You even see some medics also helping them to practice it in their own private hospital, which is still very wrong. So the child, the female, the person that they now caught now, the female child, she kept on bleeding. The mother was seeing her bleeding. She rushed back. The person that did the cut was like trying to do magic for where bleeding continues. That's how the woman, she was panting, crying, and that's how the child died in her presence. So when we like interviewed her, will you try this again? This person is not practicing this. You that practice this, see where it results. She was the one telling us the story after she has even changed. So we now like identify with her to be a champion of why people should not even do that. Fight against FGM. And there is an international day that is actually recognizing that practice to really fight against that, because it's not something that we should encourage at all. So that is also part of what we did today in terms of social norm. There is that belief very deep that they believe that if the court is the best practice for them, the female will not do what. So, but see the woman that experienced watching her daughter die, bleeding until she died. She took the daughter back to the person that did the cut, the traditional cutter. She did all the magic for where it was right there. And that was how she herself vowed that she would never allow this to happen. Because, of course, this is a woman that over years she was even looking for a child. And suddenly she got it, and that practice allowed the child to. So you can imagine how a lot of beliefs are actually causing a lot of problem in our society. So we'll be looking at all this tomorrow, how we're going to share now the answer, the solutions, the strategies that we'll use, how we'll co-create using different sectors' ideas to start, because by the time I think we're going to have a typed version.
Yes.
And rapporteurs will also give us what each group highlights. Then we're able to consolidate it. And that will now be our area of focus again for each group to now start looking at it on how we profile solution. Then again, we start co-creating strategies that, for instance, if we say somebody is saying that, oh, because of poison that we feel is in the cholesterol, she will not allow her daughter or her child to take the first milk. Okay, what can we now do as a multi-stakeholder in this regard to sort of change that narrative or shift that thinking to the right perspective? So we'll be looking at it one after the other and see how, at the end of the day, again, if you look at our tomorrow's plan, we'll also be looking at coming out. It's not only for us to be able to identify the social norms across all the sector, but again, to also having shared the experience just to trigger how we're thinking of how interventions will come. How can we also come up with solutions that will remedy all these norms that we have identified? Then again, we'll wrap up by coming with action plan that we'll be implementing. Action plan in the sense that we'll draw a plan. Plan, of course, if we plan very well, we'll definitely know what to do. Be our roadmap. We're able to check and see that we're doing X, Y, Z to take care of all the issues we had in fight. So we use that as our mirror, and of course we'll continue to go with that. I think these are the main thing, the main items of agenda for tomorrow. I'll leave that to our prof to highlight. One thing I think I really gather here is the participation, and I think it's also part of the strategy we are also seeing as part of the SBC strategy. I think it's also important. We will mention it this morning. I don't know at what point we're going to be having the opportunity to also say it out, or probably we'll project it tomorrow. There are 5 areas of shift that happen in addition to there are 5 areas of shift away from communication for development that we're now using to really build up social and behavior change. One, I think we've mentioned or given an example of that, positive deviant. Yes, it's a deviant, but again, positive. If all of us are here today and they say, don't make noise, Prof will tell me, if you make noise, I will send you out. So you now see, out of 100 people, 99 they are making noise, and one individual is not making noise. Probably you will now be interested, because the 99 they are giving you a headache already. It will be even very difficult for you to send 100 people out of the class. Invariably, you will be the one to say, let me walk out of this class. But in a way that you want to change something, you'll be interested. Why is this one not really skipping to? Okay, probably if I engage, this one will change their way of thinking. So because you really want to know what is this person doing differently. It's like 100, let me even take it to wash. 100 houses in this community. One person is not practicing open defecation, and on 99 they are practicing open defecation. You see one house shining, looking very nice, and it's in the same community. So you'll be moved to really know why. How is this person doing it? And across the community, 99 people are not, they're practicing all week. You want to hear. And however he's doing it, you engage the person to sort of have the whole community to also follow. That's one aspect of shift that social and behavioral change has brought to bear. Again, we also have human HCD is a very big one, human-centered design. Putting people at the center of the design. Whatever you want to do, they're part of the design in terms of problem, in terms of solution. So it's another area of shift that we have seen as far as social behavior change is concerned. Then again, we have gamification. This has to do with using games to change narrative. It can bring a lot of football fans. I think we got one person invited here. This is Moise. I was told that he's a sport enthusiast, and I really like that. People even know it. When he entered here, people were really looking at him. I just got to talk to him last night, and I've never met him before. But his own angle of also doing things generates youth attention and is able to pass that message. So that's in social and behavioral change, we call it gamification. You can, and he's doing it. You even told us that he has events on Saturday or something, bringing friends and well-wishers together, doing outreach and the rest, playing what do they call Nobel football. And so where football is played, something informed that playing of football, because it will not just wake up and say let's play match. They do that, yes, but there's a content to that. So that is gamification. We can also bring quiz debates into letting people understand the benefit of nutrition, letting to understand the benefit of immunization, the benefit of wash, good environmental and sanitation, and the rest that are education, not allowing our children to be out of school, and bringing quiz and debate from different schools, people participating, they go back and informed a lot of their colleagues, and it also informed people further. That's another phase of social and behavioral change that is also now. Then again, we have behavioral insight, which Provost has mentioned. There were a lot of baseline research that was conducted, and again, it informed us of what are the issues, and that issue will be set as the base, and we'll start looking at what we'll do to also. So these are some of the 5. We'll look at it. I'll play a video of how also a behavioral insight, this and research design also implicates positively in our community, and collective change is also part of it. So these are the 5 areas of shift that was added to the normal or the conventional communication for development that we're all involved in doing before 2020 shift. So I'll hand over to Prof to finalize. Thank you very much.
Let me get next. This could try to develop ourselves in the very time. So, all I go to this to find it on the dot, always Friday. Based on our agenda, we are finishing by 1:30. And that's 1:30 is the first of lunch. Now, I'll come to that. Inclusive of lunch, which means we can be before that time. So I'm working with 12:30 to be done. I will share the agenda on the platform tomorrow. The rapporteurs, I think Comfort is not here, and I'm not happy about it. Anyway, tomorrow they're going to give us a laptop. So this lecture, what is the purpose in this lecture? I think it's number. Yeah. We need a report to the program. And I will get across to Dr. Leonard, Dr. Dr. Harry, and Xanegos concerning his final report. So each group, please, to send a soft copy of your presentation in well documented to the various groups. What you've done today, send it well documented, please. Very important. Tomorrow we are going to be doing some assignments, of course, not going to be assignment. I also take it throughout to prepare an action plan, because part of the presentation tomorrow will be an action plan. So the action plan will be like a footnote for our next activity, which we'll send to UNICEF, and it's very, very important. Before I let you go, one of us is celebrating our birthday today, and I think with the permission of our guy Brian, I would like to invite. Okay. Anyway, you are responsible. So, with the permission of my provost, I would like to invite Dr. Anatu. Let's switch our birthday before. So let's please come. Dr. Anatu, please come forward. Dr. Anatu is one of our facilitators for today. He's a lecturer with the Department of Sociology. So, this is our birthday, and I want to wish her a wonderful birthday. I'm not good at doing this, so I'll put on Mr. X approach. After which you will just take it all the wrap.
I just want to wish her a good day. You know, I don't ask people how old are you, I ask them how long are you. I'm sure she's younger today, and I'm sure that by God's grace, the years ahead will be by far better than the ones that you have counted. And I believe also that this new one, you're getting wiser, you're getting closer to the Creator in every way, because as we get closer to Him, both moving towards Him and put in getting blessings from him. So let us just rise and wish him a happy birthday and a lovely birthday song. Voice is not quite good, but we're going to do it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Hit the beat! Hit the beat! We wish you long life and prosperity, good health, joy, and wealth. God bless you. Very good. Very good. Everybody wants more. I would, sir. Don't put me in trouble. She's just +1. So I don't think you need to sit down because you just take the closing prayer by the side. Please. This time for tomorrow is 9 o'clock. And we have just about 3.5 hours to begin tomorrow. It's at 9:09. No, my provost corrected me. Yes. But if you don't mind, let me see how I'll put on the platform. Oh, I'll check the platform. Yeah, it's multi-sectoral level. Yesterday we had different sections. So UNICEF did a presentation on shooting. So SBC talking about social parenting from social parenting communication. We had different sections talking about some specific norms. Thank you, sir. We have different sections defining some specific norms. Today, the rapporteur is ready to give us a wrap of what we did yesterday. After which we will take it on from there. You have just 5 minutes. So please put your hands together for you.
Just a little of speak. We are moving to the second level of yesterday we spoke about the social norms influencing child and community workers. Okay. In Kaduna State, the meeting started at about 9:50 a.m. with an opening speech from the provost of the College of Postgraduate Studies. Okay, sorry, sir. Oh, sorry. Okay, and then for agenda 2, Professor Ayodele, the program officer, if I'm correct, gave a brief opening of the workshop. The SBC specialist gave a presentation on social norms, cultural practices, and behaviors that affect children. UNICEF focused on few thematic areas that included nutrition, sanitation, immunization, child enrollment, birth identification, and female genital mutilation. For Agenda 3, the participants were grouped into 4 groups: civil service, media, civil society, media, influencers, and private sector. Each group spoke on social norms affecting the thematic areas listed. Agenda 4, each group gave a presentation beginning with the CSO on social norms affecting the thematic areas. For nutrition, they spoke about how that in some parts of the country, the first breast milk of the womb of the mother of the child is not given to the child. And then the private sector also spoke about nutrition, how that the first, in some part of Nigeria, the first 7 days or 3 days, the child is not being given breast milk as well. For sanitation, they also spoke about in-laws. In some parts of Nigeria, in-laws are not permitted to use same restroom with their in-laws. Media also spoke about nutrition and immunization. Immunization, where they believe that it reduces immunization, it reduces human population. Influencers also spoke about nutrition. Pregnant women are not allowed to eat some certain foods. And then influencers also spoke about how that in some parts of the country, if you are pregnant and you already have a baby that breastfeeding, you have to bring the baby immediately. And then we came back, we went for lunch break by 12:30, by 1:17 to 2 p.m. And then for agenda 5, speeches and experiences, the provost spoke about their good work, UNICEF good work, and his experience study, where he and some people visited some states in Nigeria, saw the report, saw and then gave a report about their experience. Mr. Hoshim also gave that's the name is correct, also gave a speech on skill sharing and successful intervention. Okay, I think Mr. Ibrahim gave a speech on skill sharing on successful intervention, SBC statistics that can be used to tackle those norms as well. Professor Ayodele also spoke about an experience talking about polio, convincing a man to take his children for immunization. The SBC specialist spoke about a meeting with cleric heads to also help. Another experience mentioned was a woman who was being called lazy if she goes far to give birth. And so a report was given about the village, and now they have a hospital in the village at a place called Kagogo. The SBC specialist spoke again about another experience of a woman who lost her daughter to female mutilation, and concluded by saying an area where they got a lot of support from UNICEF, particularly with nutrition, where women were also spoken to go to hospital during pregnancy and childbirth. And then another experience where they had to give an example with family system just to help women to understand the importance of family planning. At the end of the meeting, at the end of the meeting, the at the end of the meeting, the SBC specialist spoke about that, spoke about the fact that today we are going to be here to analyze and talk about the solutions that can help in changing these norms and helping the normal Nigerian child. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rapporteur. You done a huge job, but I think we can move
Okay.
and grants. So the same thing you done yesterday, please repeat it today. So please put your hands together for the team again. Thank you very much. Before we do anything today, our sponsor, talking about this, will be giving us a small presentation because this will guide their speech. Don't forget, as I said, it's going to be very, very compact, very compact because we have 4 hours. So put your hands together small for Mr. Brown. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, thank you for the recap. I think just like Prof said, I think the recap will be open to everybody to make inputs. That was quite great, so that we have everything comprehensive. If you feel what you have said is not captured, please help us to pitch it in. Thank you very much. Now, it's just to run us through what we have said, probably verbally yesterday, and again, we are going to share these slides with everybody just for future reference. Shift to FBC, we're still trying to really see how we all get that clarity as we're leaving this place today. Now, the results are central to SDG and to UNICEF work and mandate. You will see that the objective we gave yesterday, they are all in line across the sector. For each sector, there is there is SBC in each sector, and across the sector, there are deliverables and activities that need to be implemented. Next. Okay. Programs do not always draw from XPC and behavioral science to define which combination of intervention can effectively remove the barriers to change. Too often, we rely on messaging. We mentioned this yesterday. Instead of investigating and tackling cognitive and social and structural drivers. So again, let's not rely on just messaging for how we're going to be investigating and tackling social and structural drivers. And what are those drivers? Part of it is what we mentioned, and we are really focusing on how we're going to get solution today. Next slide. Okay. Communication remains critical and central to what we do, but we need more. On top of being great at individual and community engagement, we need to pay more attention to policy, services, product delivery as key SBC programmatic. I think what we're going to be doing today in terms of how we will generate intervention or solution for all the social norms we have seen, behavioral assessment, social listening, human-centered design, choice architecture, social accountability mechanism, and participation in local governance, strengthening sectorial system through SBC plan. So these are some of the interventions that can probably bring change into it. But let's go. Want to use next slide, two of these strategies just to reflect what we have said yesterday. What does it mean to expand? Yes, expanding, shifting from C4D to SBC. In 2022, it was announced at the global level that that shift from C4D to FCC came up. And the approaches C4D will, like I mentioned yesterday, C4D approaches will still be used, but we have added approaches that go beyond communication. Who doesn't want more tools? I think this one is just a trigger. Now, if you look at the second statement, C4D approaches will still be used, but we have added approaches that go beyond communication. I will reflect that approaches will be reflected. Next slide. Now, so this is where we are. Before now, risk communication and community engagement. This is one component that is still domiciled in terms of disease outbreak response. And even up to now in Nigeria, we're still using this angle, especially in State Ministry of Health across Nigeria. And even at the national level, this is quite in use at all levels. C4D, again, at some point, takes care of what we were doing before now. But beyond that is the shift from that C4D to SBC. And it came with 5 unique strategies or approaches. I mentioned it yesterday that we have human-centered design, we have positive deviance, we have collective change, we have behavioral insight, and we have gamification. So if we have understanding of all these strategies that were added to as C4D plus 5, will make a very big headway in terms of strategizing what exactly can we use for each intervention. Taking for, we used this one yesterday, where a mother, yes, the father have his family practicing exclusive breastfeeding, and of course, that was used in the community to establish how important the benefit of exclusive breastfeeding. We also give examples of all these things. So it's important we reflect all these ideas in our group work that we'll be doing. All right. Next slide. So just to reflect the example of how collective change approach work. Next slide. If you're asked, could there be any repercussion in terms of stigma, in terms of negative judgment, if individual change, but the majority of the community does not? Is there change you are promoting related to community members' action that have collective consequence? Example of collective consequence. A family decides not to vaccinate their children against measles, which may lead to other children being at risk. Or the context of open defecation. I decide to defecate in the field behind my house, which may have health benefits for my neighbors' children, even though they have invested in a latrine due to fecal oral contamination from the flies from my field landing on their food. If you responded with yes to the above questions, you might want to explore collective change approach. There's a next table that explains focus 4 steps for promoting collective change now. The first step is to mobilize an initial core group to engage in a collective change process by organizing a discussion in relation to a triggering moment. The practical tips there is look for a strong, compelling reason to initiate discussion among community, such as death of community member due to cholera. Now, when somebody is practicing open defecation, and of course the neighbor has a latrine, but again, the people that are practicing open defecation, you see flies from that direction to the direction where people are actually living fine. It's still, and before you know it, we hear cholera outbreak. So using this example of cholera outbreak to discuss with the people that are practicing open defecation is one area that you can establish collective change. Again, let me jump to this. Use the ideas from the core group to bring more people into discussion and seek an increasing number of people commitment to action. And what's the tip along the step here? Conduct a group activity such as community workshop, roundtable discussion, just the way we are doing now, roundtable, group discussion, simulation. Now, if you do that, it encourages public commitment that affirm and reinforce the new intention and action. So again, what we're also doing today is still part of the collective change approach in SBC. So these are some of the approaches that we mentioned yesterday, but in brief sense, this is how it's being followed. Next slide. Thank you.
This is just the ones for I really said stuff. I know you have questions. Now I'm going to share this slide to the various groups immediately because the next exercise you're going to be carrying out, you may have one or two things to borrow from this. So with the permission of my people,
yes,
I'm going to share this as we go back to different processes. But before then, please just be aware that the next group will be creating SBC strategy notes. That's the next step. Now we expect this notes this week. I think only one group, private sector, are sending in their report up to now. That's not encouraging. So I want all the groups to send their reports to the various groups created. It's very, very important. Rather than agreement of rights, send your reports. The one implemented is to the various groups. I'm saying only one.
Hello.
Only one. Now, let's say that we go back to our various groups. Okay? From our process. What are the strategies you think we adopt so that we can achieve?
Needs or these are nutrition. And then this is a part of what are the issues are. And for the sanitation, the taboo against at night believe that open defecation is beneficial to plants, assertion that sanitation is solely domestic. And for the immunization, we have side effects such as swelling or paralysis. I believe that vaccine causes infertility. These are part of the problem we have highlighted. And then for the birth registration slash female genital mutilation, we say perception that only weak women in hospitals believe that female genital mutilation prevents promiscuity and makes childbirth easier. And for the school enrollment, misconception that educated girls become disrespectful or unmarriageable because it's hard to find a spouse, and then believe that schooling erodes culture and morality. So, our strategic approach, rather, or planned activities, our recommended actions, which our group have already discussed on, include content strategy. Why? Because we are social media influencers. So our action will be more of creating content that will change the behavior, the perception, the thinking of people that are engaging on social media. And surprisingly, now we have different platforms: Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, Twitter, all we have them available. So part of the content we are creating, we have weekly posts tackling one misconception at a time. Because if there's too much, people will lose interest in it. So we are doing it weekly. And then short videos, reels, and animation explaining facts in simple language. Our short reels will be of 60 seconds because I believe you want to capture them young, then it shouldn't be too boring. And then the next one is use personal stories, testimonials, and case studies. If you have victims, maybe a woman that practiced breastfeeding, even while she was carrying a pregnancy, she visited the health facility, she speaks with health personnel, and this is success story she had. So I think that will also be engaging. And then infographics summarizing key messages, myth versus fact series for each thematic area, because this is a misconception. So there should be such series. And then expert features. This is where we invite specialists on specific issues, maybe a nutritionist, and she'll highlight the importance of breastfeeding, the cholesterol, which people feel like expressing it out is rather more important. So we invite those specialists to engage in conversation. And one thing we highlighted for people that are within hard to reach communities that doesn't use smartphones, because we are talking about the local people. So we can use radio stations because the village man believes in owning his video and doing his chores. So we can also leverage on that. Engagement strategies. Under the engagement, host live sessions discussing nutrition, immunization, and sanitation norms. Either online, because now we have live sessions even on Facebook or Instagram, even Twitter. And then the end poll assess audience knowledge. If you have been engaging, you can create polls and people will just tag, maybe vote for what they feel is more relevant. And then encourage us to share their experience and questions. This is where the comment section comes into being. You have to follow all comment sections to see, okay, what are the people's views about it. And then respond to it with page and evidence answers because they are not honest. So they very have what's so you might just ask questions and you still have to respond to them in a positive means. And then we have advocacy strategy. Under the advocacy strategy, tap local health authorities and relevant organizations to amplify messages because we have people that are known on social media platforms. So we can tag them. Join trending hashtags on maternal or child health to increase visibility. And that is where we create hashtags. If you're talking about immunization, then make the hashtag relevant to the post you are creating. And then partner with youth groups, non-governmental organizations, and community pages. These are all under advocacy strategy. And then for the community mobilization, we encourage digital ambassadors among followers to share and spread correct message, collaborate with local influencers to break myths, organize online education campaigns around key dates like World Breastfeeding Week, Immunization Week, etc. Monitoring and evaluation. We still need to monitor what our work doing, the progress we have already made so far. So we'll track engagement, the likes, the comments, the shares, saves. These are things we can track because we are social media influencers. And then we track number of myths corrected through maybe those that will send a direct message to you personally, and then comments through your post, and then collect screenshots of testimonies from mothers adopting new behaviors. Mothers might share their testimonies. And one thing now we face, mostly in the aspect of that people feel shy, they don't feel like saying things because whosoever knows their account will know this is a post from them. So we can encourage them to send DMs. We'll appreciate that too. And then analyze sentiment, positive or negative reactions. So for the timeline, regarding our content strategy, it will be for weekly because it shouldn't be too much. If it is weekly, maybe assuming it will be for every Wednesday, then people will know for every Wednesday they should look at our post and there is another update about it. And then for the engagement strategy, it will be twice a month. Yes, twice a month, so that at least even us to create it, maybe to ensure that it is okay and acceptable to be shared on across social media platforms. So it will be twice a month. And then for the responsible persons, it is a shared responsibility for the social media influencers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I believe that we might have questions to ask each of these groups. Please, let's put it down. As soon as we finish all presentations, we will take the questions from everyone. And
Okay, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. Well, subsequently, please, when you are coming to make presentation, when you highlight the problem, immediately give the approach, right? You don't list all the problems before you now later give the approaches. When you highlight a particular problem, maybe on nutrition, you give a structured approach to tackle that problem. And it's this specific, not generic kind of approach, right? You be specific. Who will take action? You should be able to identify who should take action, who will be held responsible for that action. Thank you.
thank you very much, bro. Okay, I'll soon move there quickly. Thank you very much, bro. So we'll just move to the next group, media. The good thing is that we are going to follow this template, and this template requires that we do exactly this. Media, please. Let me hand over.
Good morning once again. They said I shouldn't talk too much. That is what media is all about. We don't have secrets. We're trying to balance the gender equality. Yesterday, in media, the lady represented the girl's child. Today, I'm representing the boy's child. Basically, the first we spoke about was nutrition, and the issue we brought up out of many, we're just discussing one today, or breastfeeding practices. Many mothers still lack, we said many mothers still lack the awareness about the importance of exclusive breastfeeding. Most times they stop halfway, 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, and others. But we said that at least we came up with a solution on that regard. And we said, number one, there should be a mass awareness campaign on exclusive breastfeeding from 0 to 6 months minimum. It can be more than 6 months. And how are we going to carry out that awareness? Number one, we said we're going to use radio discussions program, TV health segments, phone-in programs, jingles, social media reels, community drama, storytelling, and testimony-based interviews with mothers. And then secondly, on that, we say we're going to create weekly interactive programs targeting fathers, caregivers, and young mothers. Why we talk about targeting fathers is because we know fathers are the head of the family. So if you can get the head, the body will follow suit. So that is why we said we are targeting, despite the father, we are targeting both parties, but the father will be our major target. We talked about again media advocacy, that is producing targeted jingles in local languages. You know, identifying the problem in this particular community, language barrier can become a challenge if we speak English and they are not understanding us. I remember when I was doing my NYSC in a community, I was teaching in English, and then I asked the student or the pupils, do you understand? Everybody kept quiet. Do you understand? They kept quiet. But when I spoke in, I was like, "Kungani mala wala ngomugani ba." So you see, such aspects, we need to carry language barrier to communicate what we want to communicate. That is about that. So number two, because of time, sanitation. Sanitation, the major issue we spoke about was cultural beliefs that household activities are basically for the girl's child, and that overburden the girl. When you clean the house in the morning, you clean the house in the afternoon, you wash plate, you do all that. At the end of it, you discover that you become unproductive because all work is being channeled to one particular person. So solution, we said we're going to create awareness campaign showing boys and girls sharing the same work together. Two, we're going to use community radio to discuss the benefit of shared responsibilities and the benefits and others. Next, we're going to discourage strict cultural regulations by encouraging parents to allow all children to handle basic hygiene responsibilities, emphasize that sanitation is a collective household responsibility. That means we're going to employ the services of parenting, in order to, they said in Christianity, we said, train up a child the way he should go, so that when they get old, those teaching will not depart from those children. And then another thing is policy formulation and enforcement. Policy formulation and enforcement. How are we going to carry out that? By advocate for child right policy that promote equal household training, incorporate sanitation education into school curriculums. When we are developing policy in this regard, that in school they should be able to teach that in our curriculums. And then finally, on that sanitation, we said we're going to use storytelling, drama, and religious teachings to correct unhealthy cultural norms. We're going to use these ways to achieve that. And immunization, that is the third. The major challenge we said in immunization is misinformation and fear that vaccine kill children. That is basically most in some area in Kaduna State. All this thing we are saying concerns Kaduna, is within Kaduna, it's not outside Kaduna. So the solution we come up with is strong advocacy through gatekeepers. These gatekeepers, we know that radio, television, they are all gatekeepers. When we come to our community, we talk about the Miangwas, that is the Dakachis, all the rulers' heads, they are all our gatekeeper in this regard. That is the traditional rulers, including the religious leaders. They are as well gatekeepers. So we're going to carry a strong advocacy in this regard. And cooperative, is it cooperative or collaborative journalism, where we cannot do it alone. We have to involve people like the civil society. We have to involve UNICEF and others, in achieving that. And many other, because of time. They're already giving me an eye signal. So the next is birth registration and female genital mutilation. The issues there we talked about is low birth registration
due to ignorance and distance to registration centers. These are the major issues. And our solution, we came up with mobile birth registration units by partnering with local governments, to move around house to house, in order to take these statistics. And at the same time, during birth time, the moment they put to bed, if we have these people in various hospitals to take record as they are being given birth, we register them immediately without wasting time. And then we're going to create awareness by doing radio program or dramas, jingles, community announcement, and so on and so forth. Collaborating with churches, mosques, and health centers to achieve all of that. Female genital mutilation, we said we're going to use media advocacy, drama, and documentaries showing medical dangers of all of this. Use testimonies from from those who have survived without exposing identity. Community dialogue, work with chiefs, imams, pastors, and women leaders to publicly denounce this practice. Then finally, school enrollment. The issue we talked about school enrollment is low girl child enrollment. And basically, girl child are not being enrolled into school because they believe that at the end of it, they're going to get married and then a man will definitely take care of them. It's a major issue. How are we going to solve this issue? We said number one, community reorientation. One, by radio discussion on the values of educating a girl's child, short movie or films, storytelling, and school-based drama groups. And then another one is community organizing programs, door-to-door campaign in villages, establish back to school ambassadors in communities, and so on and so forth. And then another thing is incentives and support system. Just like what UNICEF is doing, they support some children who can't go to school, most especially the girl child. They finance, they are going to school, most especially parents who find it difficult to finance all their children in going to school. So partners like UNICEF come in to cater for the paying of the bills and so on and so forth. And then finally, engaging with parents, engaging the parent to see the importance of girls, and boys going to school. We see Ngozi Iweala. If she didn't go to school, how will she become an influencer person in the society? And many of them like that. Like our Ajia, for example, today, she went to school, she's using laptop. If she didn't go to school, how will she use laptop and others? So that is why it is very, very important to educate a girl child. If you educate a girl child, you are educating the entire world. Finally, our recommendation for media practitioners. We talked about training and retraining of media practitioners. And then number two, we talk about empower communities to demand accountability. And then number three, we talked about strengthening collaboration between media and community stakeholders. And then that is the final. Thank you for listening.
Which of the Ajia are you talking about?
The Agias.
All right, thank you very much. Let's put our hands together for him. I think it can only get better, right? It's going to be very easy for us if we employ, the SMART analysis, right? That whatever we're doing should be first, the S is that it should be specific, right? Measurable, it should be achievable, realistic, and time bound. So it's important if we put this together, specific. This is what we recommend. This is the person that's responsible for doing this. This is how to do it. It's going to help us. Like I said, it's just going to get better. Private sector, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. So this is a work in progress, but I'm going to give you like the strategies that we've discussed in our groups. So for nutrition, why we said yesterday that meat and egg is prohibited for children in some communities, the strategies that we discussed, we've come up with educating parents and community leaders, empowering families, health and nutrition education, giving health and nutrition education, involving faith actors and leaders, making them champions, and then training and food demonstration. So sometimes we can just come and then teach the parents how to cook some specific food for children, not to be overcooked or undercooked. And some of the resource persons discussed, community-based organizations with support of private sector through Community Development Service, NYNC, and then nutrition focal persons. For immunization, like we said yesterday, some women fear of being judged as deviants, being the only person taking their children for immunization. Some of the strategies we've come out with, conducting orientation, community orientation, presenting role models in the same community who have practiced the same thing and had no negative effects, using community leaders to vaccinate their own children to serve as role models, building consensus to do everything hand in hand with leaders, and then focus group discussions. Some of the resource persons or people responsible for this can do this work, CBOs, and then CDS groups as well, social mobilization officers of that community through the support of the private sector, and then development partners like UNICEF. And then there are some communities also that prohibit women coming out on some days of festivals. One of the strategies we've come up with, advocating to community leaders, letting them know the importance of these medicines and vaccinations. And one of the people also that could help with this, faith-based organizations and faith leaders. We can also use the NYNC group to develop this. This is why we are here, to talk to communities, to go to people, we have gone to school, we are from your village, we are from your place, we can speak your language. So we can talk to you, we can let you know that this is very important for your children. And also, people that could do this, some non-profit organizations like media houses, CDS groups, CBOs, and then private for profits like telecoms and banks who could give little loans for such activity. We also point out some strategies like identifying with the private sectors are going to identify with community leaders, letting them know that your festival is also important to us. So therefore, we don't mind, we can sponsor some of your festivals, letting you know how important it is for you to immunize your children. And then moving to sanitation, where in-laws are not permitted to use same restrooms with their in-laws. We came up with strategies like encouraging building visitor toilets. And if there's no resource for that, we encourage that they use a different timing. It's possible. Can say, okay, from a particular time to a particular time, and from a particular time to another time, the other in-laws could use it. We also spoke about community dialogue. We can let the communities know, the community people know that it is actually not really a crime. There's a way you can walk around this thing neatly and you will not have any issues. The disease no dey kill Africa. Yes, Africans and they believe I can just come into your office now and just pick my hands not washed because I believe I'm stronger than the white man. It's not true. We spoke about strategies like showing them where disease don't actually kill African. Yes. The cancer kill a white man, it can kill a black man. Malaria can kill a black man, it can kill a white man. So we can show to some people like that and let them know that This particular disease that you claim cannot kill Africans has killed Mr. A, has killed Mr. B. So you have to take your health very seriously. And then we spoke another norms, like using leaves to defecate in some part of Africa, in some part of Nigeria, sorry, in some parts of Nigeria. We spoke about advocating and then education, letting them know that open defecation is also going to be health problem. So one of the ways to do this is digging pit latrines in communities and houses, family latrines. You dig and use instead of going out to defecate. There are a lot of parasites out there, like schistosoma. You can get it if somebody else have it. And then we spoke about sidelining women on their periods. One of the ways that is one of the strategies we discussed was campaign for menstrual hygiene for women, enlightenment that menstruation is not all that bad. It's not a disease. I mean, if you're a healthy woman, means you have to menstruate. And then sponsoring radio programs, talking to women, talking to men, and on and on. People that can do this for us are still the CBOs, still the NYNC members in different CDS groups. And then for sanitation as well, sanitation is not all about what you eat or what you drink. The environment as well, where you sit down. Like we said yesterday, some people are not permitted to sleep in the evening because their elders are coming back from God knows where. So one of the ways that we can work around this is by encouraging people to turn waste to wealth. Is another way. Instead of littering your environment, you can turn your waste to wealth. We can encourage people to go into such business, get tiny loans and go into such business. And then for female genital mutilation, we spoke about the strategies. We spoke about community dialogue campaign, encouraging different peers, group, adults, children, as the case may be, youth, and talk to them. We can talk to them differently. I mean, there are some ideas that you can talk to youth about, and you can talk to adults about, and there are some ideas you can talk to adults about, and maybe the youths may not get it. So we have a focus group discussion, different groups of people to make them understand the importance of not doing that to their female children. And then sensitization, just like I've been saying, and then stakeholders analysis, mapping and engagement. We can come to the community leaders, talk to them in order for them to talk to their people that are ruling over. It's possible. Been somewhere in Belgium before doing it. We have to talk to the community leader and saying that it's working. Down information and it's working. So it's that's doing so the people that do this for us, just like I just said, is the community leaders and the social mobilization officers. These things can be done through billboards. No, I've seen where they wrote something in Hausa before on a billboard. I could not read it. So it's possible to write these things in Nope, in Bagi, Patap, different languages, as long as the people would understand the information that we are trying to pass. So the private sectors are going to be able to sponsor billboards, handbills, radio stations speaking in their languages for them to understand the importance of not mutilating their female children. And lastly, child education, not sending girls to school, not sending girls to school and believing that children can be converted to other religions if they go to school. We can integrate the Western education with Islamic education. Now, in the current day Nigeria, there are schools that teach Islamic studies and Christian studies. So you can learn your maths, you can learn your English, you can learn your literature, and you still can learn your Islamic studies and your Christian religious knowledge. It's not that you are coming to school to learn only English. We can still teach you your religion in school. Let them understand that actually your child can learn the each religion in school. So this religion is not here to tear you apart. It's not here to make your child be rebellious to you. your children can still learn. And then people that can do this for us, community leaders, faith leaders, community leaders like me and Gwa, come to the Miangwa now and talk to him so that and make him understand the importance. And then the faith leaders as well, the imams, the pastors, and the rest. And then community influencers. There are some people in some communities that even if it's bad, the people are going to do it. So we can reach out to this set of people and tell them this is what we want, and it's good. We can bring out the advantages for them, bring out the positive sides to them, and make them understand that okay, you can help us do this. Since people look up to you in this community, you can help us do this. Thank you very much.
I really like the host. They clap more person. Well done. All right. I think we are going well, right? We are going to take the last group. We are going to take the last group, civil society. Maybe at the end, we are going to give an award to media for bringing a man to present.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Comfort Ojo. I'm representing CSOs. So because of time, I won't have to go back and be explaining the social norms. So I will just give us the interventions and solutions and the persons responsible. So yesterday, for nutrition, yeah, we spoke about orientation to community leaders and also community engagement in the state, in the communities. And also, secondly, we also talk about the advocacy policy for fortified food. And the person responsible is myself and Mr. Mendes. So we're looking at January to March for the implementation. Secondly, we spoke about sanitation. So, and also the solution here is for us to also have awareness and also sensitization to the community and to understand the necessary ways to keep the toilets clean and also how to make use of it. And also the village head, who is the Dumba Gari, Dumba Gary. Yeah, Dumba Gary will be the person in charge to collect the tax for us and to also follow up each community to see how the toilet is being cleaned and how it is properly used. And the person in charge is Mrs. Linda and Mr. Moses. The implementation will be from January to April. Yes, next year. Then I think thirdly is immunization. So we spoke about sensitizations to community, household, parents, and also the community leaders in 23 LGUs in the state. So the person responsible is CS Gimbia and Mr. Osaya. We're looking at January to March 2026. And fourthly, the birth registration and FGM. So we spoke about the solutions is for us to identify the families who still engage in that same act. And then also to advocate to law enforcement to strengthen laws in the state. And the person responsible is Mr. Ola and Comfort. The months, okay, yes, the months implemented in January to March, we're looking at that period. And lastly, school enrollment. Our solutions here are scholarship opportunities for a girl child. We're also looking at collaborate with SOBEP and other stakeholders in the state and evidence-based awareness. And the person responsible is Mrs. Linda, Ola, and Osaya for the CSO group. So we're looking at the date is not yet fixed yet, so we're still working on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please, let's put this together for them. Civil society, Well done. I love the fact that you're able to pin names to these responsibilities. But I was just sitting wondering, these individuals you're calling their names, do they have the capacity to ensure that this thing is done? Or they have other means of doing it? I think, um, yeah, but it's good. But then look at the capacities. Can they do this on their own? We are looking at collaborating with other people, because once we talk about people responsible, it's not about saying this individual is responsible. In fact, sometimes we might say UNICEF. Are we sure that UNICEF have the capacity to ensure that this is done? These are some of the things that we need to look at, because we said we have to be realistic, right? We have to be realistic in whatever we are doing. Thank you very much. Please, let's put our hands together for all of us. At this point, if there are any questions, please, we're going to take a few questions directed at any of the groups. Any questions?
So, do we do from there? Let them ask. So, yeah.
All right. Please, any questions? We don't have questions? And I always say this, if we don't ask questions, there are two things involved. Is either we understand perfectly well, or we don't even understand at all. So which one should we go with? We understand very well. It simply means that when we bring out this document, we'll see a perfect presentation, right? We are looking forward to that. Please, yes, thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Hassan. My question goes to the private sector. Private sector, you mentioned that income as a social force, that income should pay before business. So I think is that for solution management that I said, you did another audit sort. I think if strategy it works well because I think that you already give them as social norms is to yeah, that I think that correct to build digital I think you should look at
Let me finish,
and
please.
for the media they also talk about this. Women knows around this breastfeeding. So I don't know, is it they don't have the knowledge or they use awareness and that the way we about that?
Thank you very much. You want to respond to that? Okay. So while we're talking about that, I was wondering, should we be trying to correct that norm or trying to reinforce it to cause not to have problems? No, I thought you were responding to. Okay, please ask your questions. Ask the question.
My question to the media is on social. My question to the media is when is so I'm just wondering.
Okay.
Please, just from presentation. If you want to Barak and where most of farmers, 80%, 90% of the farmers are not, how do you
Sorry, I think what media said was that they are targeting everybody, but in communities they pay more emphasis on others, but they're doing it for everyone. Yeah, he said that actually.
All right, I actually want to talk about the uh, the something is
Go ahead. Are we together?
that you just you settle that information once in a while. Because if you keep on sending participating, you get bored in time.
And I think if you want you must keep all your followers with your videos. So that they get this video, watching your videos and then they get online. So if you are still a consumer, then it's you must keep on saying, for example, let's say every morning you have a house, and that's all we see. Every morning you visit something, or after some days, you are going to play the song.
That's all.
You want to sing the song on your own, on next possible. Before you know it, you say, what's so special about this song? Then I will have listened. Then you get to a lot of song. We are all going back. Before you know it, you get to the song. System is sent in see what to do before so it shouldn't they will send it to me. When you want to do anything now, you just say, and she says no. They just leave it. Or the people want you to take it.
That's very. Oh. All right. Man, sure you're learning. You want to respond to his question? Do you have any other question? Let's take the last question, then we'll come back to you to respond. And yeah. I want to talk about the social media. You said something very important, bombarding social media, right? Now, let me tell you very, very clear. The child's of rights is very clear. Let's not post the picture of minor. Very, very clear. Us in the standard international broadcast media, you don't show the picture of a child. Be careful very, very well. That is one. Secondly, you have to look the consent of his parents. Do they accept it? Or this child might charge you for some issues related to that nature. So let's be careful, please. It's not about creating the contents that you think, yes, I want to bombard the air with this kind of issue, but how do you make sure that you regulate this issue is what I want to address. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, so we're going to respond to these questions of three parts. Yes, let's start with private sector.
Thank you very much. I understood when you say that we are so much changing now and not as sensitive. I guess. So this is where comes we are not going to change it from that's okay, but we have to have that professional to help their people.
I want to start.
Not long ago, very that that's if this people, if your literates, if your people go against so long as whether it's your time to go or not. So if we have to have the traditional leaders, it's women of what because it's your home. You will not want to advance over
Thank you very much. Yesterday I was asking, somebody mentioned the social norm. And why do you practice it? So, that's our fathers give us. And I said, it's about time we need to ask our communities why we practice this. What is the cultural significance?
Regarding this strategy they brought up, is that what I'm trying to say is regarding these strategies. I think going forward, they should change us equality and this trust toilet. She already mentioned that when the mothers use the toilet then you understand. Remember, she said that. So I think the strategy should
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for the correction made earlier from one of our participants. The information I passed it since it was ambiguous, and thank you for correcting me on that. What I stated was if you are sending information on social media, it shouldn't be consistency is the key. You are the business person or content creator. And moreover, for social media influencer, you are not consistent. People will know what to innovate. Your information will pop your timeline. So that is it. But consistency is it. And that is why for our strategies, it has a time frame. And this, that is when the smart invest specific measure. So
Thank you very much. So I totally understand where that we should be getting towards influencing behavioral change rather than making people think that what they are doing is correct, is acceptable, and all. Yeah. So thank you everyone for your responses and questions. Anytime we have the session and there are questions, I'm always excited. It means that people are following up. And the questions we asked really made sense. And thank you very much. Also for the responses. Please let's put our hands together for ourselves. Family, to hand over the mic to Chief.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the facilitation. I think we have come to the 99 points of the workshop. Let me put it that way. We are only left 1% now to finalize. Thank you very much. I think one thing I have to acknowledge here yesterday is the participation. Everybody, we're actively involved, and this is a very good one. Thank you very much, Provost, for your leadership. And we are also thanking everybody that happened to find time to join. You know, your contributions are quite added advantage. And we're going to, of course, compile every bit of your submission, and it will come back as our working tool. By the time you see it, you know that yes, you have contributions in this whole process. Again, I think there are some of these submissions that we also need to reflect. Two columns are of critical interest here. Column of identifying the social norms across the board is quite key for us to look at any point in time. And each time we look at it, we're looking at your contribution collectively, that this is what came out of this workshop. Again, we also look at the column for strategies or approaches or tactics that we can probably use to tackle all those identified issues. These two columns are primary columns that areas that we'll look at through the facilitators. They will help us put it together, put it on the template. And for responsible person, I think I was discussing with my sister here that is a breakout of two things. Responsible person remain the implementing partner that put us together here, which is College of Communication, Management and Social Sciences, and the program officer that is in charge of the program is the lead responsible person across all the activities that will be initiated. But again, we have contributing responsible agency, individuals, MDs, and the rest like that. Now, in that case, that is already telling us that it's not going to be doing it alone. It would need the CSOs, it would need media, it would need academia, it would need everybody. And that's what brought us to here, this place to have this roundtable. Is a multi-stakeholder activity. You will need everybody at every point in time, traditional leaders and the rest like that. So reflection of responsible person by name, we will not do that. Okay, then in terms of media influencers, yes, also seeing the digital engagement as a leading parts of engaging youth today. So I acknowledge the point my brother raised. Showing facial, showing the faces of people that you really want to have sense to for people to have sense of what is happening is one thing that you have to get the concept. The concept is quite key, but there are ways that it can be done without really showing their face, and again you are able to establish. But in social media, it's something that is hard to control, and that's why when negative impression or negative things come out of social media, we feel like counter it through that media, and it gains traction immediately. When they have negative, counter it through that media first, but a mix of strategy to change or to aim at changing behavior is very unique. One specific strategy hardly change people's behavior, or it actually change or shift people's behavior. But when you have a mix of strategy, like radio is cutting across, TV is cutting across, house to house is specific to locations, and of course, traditional leader engagement is specific to individuals that you think that they are in that category. So we expect the facilitators to do the final touches on the template. And the template, if there's a role that we didn't even reflect, we're going to do that ourselves, is to see how we're able to measure. Ultimately, we'll be measuring the implementation progress. You put a timeline of, say, 1 week, 2 weeks, we'll look at it. Are we able to achieve that within that time frame? If we're able to achieve that, that indicator becomes positive in terms of measuring what we want to measure. So overall, thank you very much for the participation, and we look forward to, I think Prof was able to really do a lot of platform arrangement by having everybody in one platform or the other in a way that follow up with is quite easy. So I'm sure that getting everybody to sort of have further information will not be an issue. And on behalf of UNICEF, we are really very grateful for all this participation, all the contribution, all the comments, and we look forward to further engagement. Thank you. Okay. 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 Yeah, even this.
What is worth doing is worth doing well. And as it stands, all of the groups are already working on this. So today is Friday. I advise that we see how we can round up everything. Our group work. Latest provost Monday. So by all means, ensure that you get your work to the facilitators latest Monday. Are we okay with that? I don't want to take the decision being 17th of November. Let your work get to your facilitators because we also have some work to do on it before the submission. And like I advise, one of the groups, once you put it together, it's good that you post it in your group so that other members can eventually make input or observations before sending it to the facilitators by Monday. Are we together on this? Great. So at this point, I want us to take feedback on the entire process. And for me, what works is that during feedback, I don't just want to hear all the good things, all the praises. I also love to hear the places that need improvement, because this way we are able to make the next one even better than this. So we're going to take feedback from as many people as possible. So if you have anything from the preparation to the presentations and everything, please, it's time for feedback. Yes, media people, my people.
For me, my feedback is just a thank you. After the event of yesterday, that dawned on me that I have a male child at home, and the guy is 8 years. He has never entered kitchen. This morning, I make sure that he cook indomie for me. And that same yesterday in the evening, I had an evening program. So many parents came to church without their children. I said, how will you build this faith, into the life of your children? I said, go back home. I sent 3 women. I said, go and bring your children to church. So for me, this is my feedback for the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mine is a thank you for this opportunity. Mine is a thank you for this opportunity. Okay. And then I want to also recommend that it's not just what we have learned here. I've been opportune to go on a field research or field study for CAFOD. If we know what CAFOD is, it's under a Catholic organization. And the feedback on that field work is really, really, really something that was positive because we had to deal with peace and conflict, drugs, and a lot. Going back to the state government, they helped to tackle places where drugs are being sold, arrest was made, rehabilitation, and all of that. So mine is we should please also implement this out there. There should be, it's not just what we have learned here in a room or in this room. There should also be, we should also reach out to people out there. We should put actions into it outside this space. Thank you once more for this opportunity.
Maybe in the end, I'll ask everybody to talk. You must have something to say. Yes.
Mine is the initial organization of the program because I expected that an organization like UNICEF should have put the media good shape because I can't remember a single word the chief of SBC at the country regional office. I can't remember. I didn't hear anything. So I expect that at this point, that the organizing and important that initial statement should be like what we will like a keynote address that will give us bring us up to speed of what So I think next time it should have been that you test your equipment very well. Where if somebody is going to test the participants from another location, everybody should check.
This is well noted. I think there was an apology that the link came late, but this is well noted. I'll make sure it doesn't happen again. Thank you. Of course. Thank you, boss. Please give us some exercise. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Really happy. Something next.
You're welcome. We hope to see you again. You know what we are going to do? Before we continue, I'll come back to you. I'll come back to all of you. Before we continue, I realize that we've been sitting for so long, right? We've been sitting for so long. So can we just stand up a bit? Please, comfort. Please. You're going to lead us in a little exercise, then we'll continue with the feedback. Eventually, I'm going to go on the whole. There are certain persons by the whole since yesterday. Today. Let's just have a little exercise. Please, can anybody be on it? Let's. Thank you. Yes. Mhm. 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 Ah. Mhm. 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 Ah. Mhm. Mm. Go down. One, two, go down. Once more, once more. One, two, three, go down. Thank you. Thank you, Comfort. I think we feel better, right? So I just going to take the next comments. Please, sir. Okay. Response bar. Yes.
Thank you very much. I think there was two comments that inspire us to probably respond. One on AI. Yes, I think AI is one space that we are also of course going uh, something that is making life entirely for all of us. So, part of it is something that this device already in plan. But I think we can launch that properly, probably January to next year. How we're able to achieve plan in line with the government plans or guidelines. For AI is yes, then again, for the audio, yes, acknowledge that challenge that was actually a challenge on our side. But again, at least there are some of us that were able to get that information. I would beg for people that were close here and they were able to hear what he said, they should make that comment available for us so that they also pitch it in to the report and share maybe, comment. I want to share with you that when we're in emergency, we try to see how we picture activity in emergency setting in a way that we will just go to medical corps to give them the orientation. I will put our hands and see what they can do and do. Uh, because in risk, if a child is at risk, especially for some of these outbreaks, 200 children plus, for instance, for polio are at risk. Same thing, if a child is come down with measles, it's like the entire country is having an outbreak. It becomes not just the particular child that is involved, it becomes the community entirely. So we got the medical teams of the soldiers or military folks to get them orientated on what we want them to do for us. We have a book then, a package, the speaking book for our volunteers. So we loaded some information there that when they click just a factory-based speaking book, they will be able to listen and engage community. So we have that one that one thing that we give them. And two, the one that was actually very funny is the one that we printed IC material that we also use on our behalf where security areas are actually compromised and we cannot do. For instance, if you look at let me give an example that we can't go freely from local people are staying there. They are part of grazing quarry that people are staying, but not that some of us. So, but of course, people still know. Now, we can't sell it for us to see that people are safe earthwise. But if they are not safe, we are not safe. So, now, what can the medical talk team do? We get them orange on what they need to do and what when we're discussing with them, we give them different talking points and different gates that will enable them to engage when for their own operation, they are able to also engage for us. Then they now saw our IC material because we changed the package of the IC material. See, usually, I just want to speak to one of my colleagues that mentioned here that you see that our female children or women, they're the one that do the washing, they're the one that do the cooking, they're the one that do the bathing and the rest like that. So, in course of trying to deplete proper sanitation, when kids defecate, somebody must clean. So we now use a man to do that. And that's how we left it on the IC, just to see that we propagate the ability. Because of course, there are times we see women they are not disposed the way that somebody must actually. So when we got to them, they said besides I think actually for them to go and explain. I said, what is, I knew where the problem is because the picture we don't use live human picture, we use animations and the rest. That's the pictures that are actually. So infographics. So they said, is this this is a man claiming a child now? I said, yes. What are we trying to achieve here? We're just sending the message that men often part of ensuring that sanitation is work, not just the community and telling people, but also in our homes. So that became an issue between us and the military folks that they are not going to use the IC material. That they have like one telling that men to do this. They will not accept it. So now, what am I bringing out? Culture, we are the one that did it, but that was wrong. It has to be culture sensitive. This is back like 2016 or so. It has to be culture sensitive. That means we would have done it in a way to go and protest. Everybody at local level they make their contribution. We know that it's quite accepted, and by the time we come back, take it back to them again, it will flow. But again, we're just thinking that, oh, let's see how well we help the community, how we help the family. That was our own thinking at the subnational level. But when we got to the lower level, they were saying they will not even use it. So that means, again, we need to always use engage the people at the lower level to know what they need. I think we have put heads together that, okay, this is our thinking, this is how we want it to go at the initial stage, and we build that and we are disagree and disagree and disagree and later agree. When we return back to them, they will accept our. So the thing I want us to do, as much as we're change in the community. Let's get when we are going back again to like look for solution, let's traditional leaders will remain very key. Religious leaders will remain very key. Don't push the community without letting the needs people. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So while we take the final attendance with the all needed.
Good day, everyone. Let's go all the decision. The suggestion was
Yesterday,
I think this all not really you can like you because this all the and see some people from experience in house. So maybe when there's good discussion will be organized all this sort of all explanation at least like so some people all together.
Good afternoon.
That's very good. That's very different.
My name is just appreciation and observation as well. I want to for giving us the opportunity to be here. This program, indeed, it is timely and it is informative, educative, and insightful as well. So I come to the one thing I observe about this program. This program is not inclusive. Why did I say it's not inclusive? Because I come to realize that people with disability, they are not actually here, and we are targeting everybody. So we mostly used to say no one is going to be left behind. A person with disability are not actually here. Next time, when we are organizing this program, we need to include, we should be inclusive. So what really stood out for me from this program entirely is the fact that initially I also have this mindset that house chores or responsibilities is for me, is for women. From yesterday, because I'm a person that I hardly sweep my room. But from the conversation of yesterday, when I went home, I intentionally and deliberately swept my room because I mostly used to give my sisters key that they should do this thing, they should prepare my bed. So from the I did that. Thank you so much. My I saved from the conversation. I saved it.
So, especially, are you married?
Yeah.
Are you married? No. Let's not go there. When you are a father and your children see you cooking, you don't have any reason not to cook. So we are hoping that tomorrow you are going to cook and then send us a video so that we'll see you in the kitchen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My own is appreciation. Uh, on behalf of Kaduna State National Youth Service Corps, we are here to express our heartfelt appreciation to the UNICEF and university. Thank you for giving us opportunity to interact with you and share knowledge. Nice to meet you. Thank you very much.
Please don't leave. We are going to have a program. Right now. Yeah. Wait. Talking about getting boys to the kitchen. I was doing something happened last week. My last one is being IT in Jos. And I never had this. So last week, I now had to call my mother to tell me what to do. Right. Like, all this people want to do. So you will not ask the woman What do I do? She will tell me, you forgot that I have not, what is the next? What I'm trying to say is that cooking is a life skill. And if you don't teach our boys how to cook, you'll find yourself very stressful.
I am particularly happy. Everyone, you know, are we together? Please, we are rounding up.
Hello, because ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Well, in closing, I want to first and foremost extend my sincere appreciation on behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Kaduna State University, the staff of the College of Management and Communication Management and Social Science, to UNICEF, specifically Oga Ibrahim and George for making this day possible. We sincerely appreciate the sir. Like I said yesterday, our doors are open. Whenever you deem it necessary, whenever there is an opportunity, I discussed with the Vice Chancellor in the evening yesterday, and he said we should inform you once again that KASU has resources, both human resources and physical resources. Like this auditorium we are using, we didn't pay a kobo. And I can assure you, there are a lot of auditoriums. We have 1,000 seater capacity. Whenever you have a program that attracts maybe 500 to 1,000 participants, please don't hesitate to approach us. This season, I should assure you that whenever you knock on our doors are wide open for you. And I want to use this opportunity to extend my deepest appreciation to the coordinator, Professor Ayo Dele. He's a very active man. Yes. He's actually a go-getter. Whatever he puts his mind to get, he will get it. So this program was made possible with his effort. Without him, I don't think this program would have been possible. So, Prof, thank you very much. And also, all the facilitators, all the participants, the media, you are doing wonderful. Without you, this program wouldn't have been possible. So we deeply appreciate you for your efforts. And for those probably have noticed one challenge or the other, please, we are sorry about that. Next time, some of these challenges will never occur again by the grace of God. And on this note, I want to wish each and every one of us joining us to our various destinations. Thank you and God bless you. Maybe last finish. I'm not supposed to talk again. I'm not supposed to have spoken anything again, but I want to apologize to Oga Ibrahim, UNICEF. I just had to rush down for a meeting that involves my school and our partners in Moscow. And it was an online meeting that I just had to be there because I was coordinating it, so I couldn't have disappointed to them. So apologies to the participants, apologies to the UNICEF colleagues and my boss and colleagues here. I want to thank every one of you that took part in making these 2 days a reality. But this not the end. It's just a build up to a bigger picture, a build up to something coming up. Once the report is ready, we'll get across to all of you. Now we have formed a network based on the contacts I've received from you. As far as we are concerned, it is this team we are going to be working with for bigger ones, by God's grace. Now, Mr. Ibrahim promised me that the fallout of this report will form the basis of the next step we will be taking. Once more, UNICEF, thank you very much. It took us about 1 year to plan this program, and we kept changing the date and changing this. I don't envy Mr. Ibrahim. I just wonder how you sleep. I don't know how you cope. He doesn't sleep. It's either it's in Nigeria because of polio or it's a catch-up or something else. Thank you very much, sir. And to his colleagues, thank you very much. I want to thank all the facilitators, the Queen among us who celebrated her birthday. We look forward to bigger birthday where we'll do something bigger than this for you. And thank you very much for the donut cake you shared with us yesterday. Photograph. Yes. A special thanks to Dr. Zainab who has left. Dr. Dakari, is he here? Yeah. Okay. Dr. Anakso, Dr. Hilary, facilitator, Dr. Oje, where is he? What? Thank you very much. And then to all my different participants, thank you very much for the effort you've made. One more important thing is we get out. Where's my secretary? Daniel. Okay, please fill this information very, very well so that I don't have problem when we are doing the next step. Of course, you know that this program was sponsored by UNICEF. So UNICEF has magnanimously given us something just to transport ourselves home for the last 2 days. It's very small. We are working on a bigger picture, and by God's grace, with the assistance of my able prof here, I believe by, if possible today or by Monday, Tuesday, thereabouts, you should get your small token for transportation. I want to especially thank the media crew, just as my boss said yesterday. Yesterday, for our colleagues, where's elder, young elder? Okay, thank you very much for what you did. Thank you, Aisha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, KSMC. Thank you very much, Arise TV. Thank you very much, AIT. And thank you very much to Uncle Asa. But I know it's packaging something big. And thank you very much, my coppers, too. Thank you. The things we planted are drying up, so go and put water in them, please. Okay, don't forget. I also want to plead with you that we're going to have a small group photograph immediately. But before that, a special thanks to the caterer. Before the money even came out, she used her money to do everything we have done here. Everything we have done. So special thanks to the caterer. I hope you enjoyed your meal. And I look forward to the bigger one when what you have eaten shall be ×3 by God's grace. So when you're coming, just keep yourself fasting. Thank you very much. So we go for a short group photograph outside. Everybody, please. Yes. Okay, Brian.